Good evening, everybody. We're back for Crusader Kings. That must mean that it's Friday. You are going to notice that the screen looks a little bit different. We'll talk about that in a second, but I want to start off by saying hello, welcome, thank you for stopping by. I'm looking forward to doing some more Crusader Kings 2, wrapping up this saga of the House of Rose, and kind of really doing the first full playthrough that I've ever done of this game, so should be good. I'm just going to take a minute to organize myself with regards to Twitch alerts. I forgot to enable this a little while ago, actually, so I'm just going to be playing around with a few things. I think Jazzpoo, is that you I see here? Thank you for stopping by. I know this is I'm going to be jumping through a couple of screens because I very foolishly forgot to change these. Actually, you know what? I'll just add brand new ones. So I'll wait a little bit for people to sort of file in, and I'll explain a bit why the screen looks a little bit different, why I need to do some of these changes. But basically, this mostly surrounds my hoped for solution to the stutter issue. I don't have a very scientific way of sorry, I don't know how to put this. I don't have a really great way of figuring out quite how to figure out whether or not these whether or not it's working as intended. But when I did at least a recorded version of this, it was a little bit more consistent with what I see when I do when I do other kinds of recordings and tests. So generally it was a positive indicator. I'm just going to do a quick test of a notification here. Okay. So cool that it did the follow, not cool that it didn't have the image. So let's try that again. If I was thinking, of course, I would have had this all taken care of beforehand. I apologize for that, but getting this working was a bit of a well, obviously that's not going to work. I had one alternative setup that I had sort of lined up for myself before broadcasting, and I noticed, basically what I noticed was the menu bar that you're seeing at the top. Unfortunately, there's no way for me to get rid of that, so I spent a lot of time trying to remove that. I sort of opened myself another, I'm going to test follow again. Sort of open myself another set of menus and things like that. It didn't work out. I would never want to belong to any club that would have someone like me for them. Okay, well, I'm happy that that's working, but I don't quite understand why I'm getting double the sound. I think I'll just leave it. Seeing as the alerts are working and people are filing in, I will leave that as it is for now, and I will basically explain why you have to see my infuriating menu bar at the top. This will not be a regular feature of the broadcast. Unfortunately, it seems it will be something for Crusader Kings, so I might break my long-standing rule of keeping the play space sort of a sacred shrine, and I might get some kind of a banner or something like that just to remove my desktop. So far as I can tell, the problems that I was having with stutter, and this seems to be the case for any game. This would include Crusader Kings 2, this would include Shadowrun, but maybe they weren't so apparent because the games are not as action-packed. But it seems that for whatever reason, whenever I was playing inside of the windowed mode, I would be getting this stutter, which became really apparent during the Dota 2 casts. So what I'm going to be trying to do now is switch over to a full screen mode. One of the original reasons why I didn't do that was it makes it a little inconvenient in terms of seeing chat. I've set up a second monitor, basically kind of cannibalized a desktop computer to hook up a monitor. So that's dealt with. And what I'm sort of dealing with now is that there is no good full screen mode for Paradox games. So at least as far as I'm concerned, I get my choice between windowed mode, full screen mode, and borderless window. Windowed mode and borderless window sort of suffer the same problem which you're seeing on the screen right now. Full screen mode is ideal, save for the fact that the second monitor goes completely black, which means I could do it and I would get rid of that upper bar, but I would not be able to see chat. And so, in my estimate, I would also not be able to see sort of the diagnostic things I have running in the background, like, whether or not the stream is actually live and what rate I'm uploading at and things like that. So I decided that sort of the menu bar was the lesser of two evils. And so, I figured being able to chat with you guys is a little bit more important than having a slightly annoying blue bar. Which I think in the end I'm just going to wind up covering up. This isn't consistent for every game. This is purely a function of the fact that Paradox makes basically all the other screens blank when you play in full screen mode. So effectively this is borderless window mode, which means the way that the OS responds to that is that there's going to be a menu bar at the top. If I did windowed mode, then there would be a second bar on top of that. So that's the least appealing out of all of those options. So it should hopefully improve the quality of the broadcast a little bit. And then we'll maybe, depending on how late we go tonight, I might do just a sample Dota 2 run just to maybe get some reference material for myself. But I won't let that eat into regular broadcast time. Now, one of the reasons why I'd sort of avoided doing full screen was before was mostly along the lines of privacy reasons. Obviously, when I quit out the game, my desktop's going to be on there, but I figure that's a little bit more of my own responsibility. Like, I will do my best to make sure that all of my sins are not available in the background when I close the screen. So, I mean, I effectively, probably what I'm doing is just opening myself up for some form of embarrassment or something like that down the road, because inevitably there's probably going to be something in the background. You can see, like, I failed a class or something like that. But, I mean, we'll deal with that when it comes up. So this is a bit of an indication of where things are going to be heading. I definitely want to deal with this upper bar as well. And one nice side effect, this is also a function of the new version of OBS for the multi-platform OBS. You guys can finally see my cursor. So I remember originally, if ever I was pointing to an area, like I'd be saying, it's like, okay, well, I'm going to take this part of Spain. The only reason you'd know what I was pointing at is that you could see the little tags. But at least from what I'm seeing, you guys are now actually going to be seeing my cursor as well, which means that the game is a little bit more descriptive. I hope it wasn't too confusing when I was doing it before. But overall, I think for the small cost of the menu bar at the top here, we've gained a little bit more comprehension and just generally have a bit of a better stream. As always, I'm looking for feedback on this stuff, so if you guys preferred the old format, or if you don't notice a difference, or anything else along these lines, I definitely welcome this kind of news. But with that in mind, let's go in and continue the saga of the House of Rose and this powerful mustache. I think there's a few of you in chat, by the way. Don't feel bad about speaking up. I like talking to you. So, as always, I've obviously, a number of you are probably going to get sick of hearing this, but we started this game in the... Oh, that is a problem, actually. You can't see the... You can't see the signs above. Well, okay, so I know how I'm going to fix this. Basically, I am going to take a full screen screenshot. Yeah, that is really annoying, actually. I think This is the best I've got. So what I'm going to do to get rid of this is I'm going to do a full screen screenshot at the end of the broadcast. Basically, I'll just paste an image of that over top. I think that seems to be the most sensible way to deal with that issue, but it is going to mean that there's a little bit of a cutoff at the top, and I apologize for that. So, the limitations of streaming on Mac notwithstanding, we'll do a quick recap of what's happening. We began the game in 867, because I did not have the Charlemagne expansion at the time. I began with the Old Gods in the earliest start date that I could. This is probably the third Iron Man game that I've started, definitely the longest running game that I've had going. And we started off as the Count of Westmoreland, and have effectively... The whole point of this playthrough was to see how big and how far we could go. So we went from a count of this small place to take it Scotland, then England, then Ireland, then Iceland, and things got a little bit off the rails over the last couple of 100 years because our original intention was to move into Spain, which was completely overrun by the Mohammedan hordes, and we would have a lot of very convenient Holy War casus belli available to us. Now what happened, there was a crusade for Andalusia, and so the Teutonic Order had wound up taking almost all of Spain, which all of a sudden means that we now need to keep sending our chancellor in to get each individual casus belli, and it looked like we weren't going to be making any kind of progress inside of there. Now, as you can see, that's not how it turned out. We did wind up carving out some fairly substantial portions of it, occasionally having to fight directly with the Teutonic Order, but also them suffering rebellions, which gave us a few counties that we could take on our own. And most importantly, we got our gateway to Africa. And the beauty of this is that there are West African religions, there's Sunnis, and I think there used to be a couple of heresies running around. Well, Miaphysites are almost available. But, I mean, at this point here, we've got a really nice sort of source of conquest. We do need to be careful because our neighbors are not pushovers. So if we take a look at the Umayyads, they're sitting at 10,000 troops, which isn't necessarily that bad, because in our case, we're looking at 70,000 troops. Now, of course, keeping in mind that the majority of them are sitting in Britannia. But next door, they've got the Baris, again, sitting on 19,000. What we do need to worry about is the Abbasid Empire, who seems to have a pretty volatile number of troops. Right now, they're sitting at 74,000, but they have the capacity to go over 100,000 troops. So the closer that I get to Jerusalem, which is currently held by the good and righteous forces of Christianity, the closer that I start creeping in on the towards the Abbasids, the more dangerous I find the situation. So what I probably want to do as I'm finishing my conquest of Bari, I'm going to want to make sure that I seize the territories that I want from the Byzantine Empire, which in this case is just the one county. But basically, I want to take that, and then I want to make the strongest alliances that I can with the Byzantine Empire, just so that they can take more or less the brunt of the Abbasid assaults. I also, in the end, part of my goal with Spain was to sort of claim all the territory south of these mountains. That does mean going toe-to-toe with Italy, which is definitely not a pushover. Again, 24,000 troops compared to 70,000 isn't necessarily the end of the world, but the important thing to remember is that all of these forces are sitting on the mainland, whereas I'm going to need to boat in people from all over my empire. One last thing I forgot to mention about sort of the intermediate playthroughs was we did take a little bit of an adventure in Scandinavia. In the end, we didn't go too far with it because we basically wound up with opportunities in Spain. And again, I dislike using boats to travel. It winds up being my biggest cost inside the game. So in terms of an overall strategy, we are getting close to the end of the game. I believe Crusader Kings ends in 1453, something along those lines. So we have under 100 years left in this game. It's probably 2 or 3 generations left, depending on how frequently they get assassinated. But at this point, we're looking to kind of expand as far out as we can. Whether or not we succeed in taking a lot of Spain is a bit up in the air. The last thing I really want to do is tangle with Italy when I've got these opportunities in Africa available. But this game is basically going to be focused around sort of sweeping up the rest of Mali, effectively exterminating the Umayyad dynasty, and then making as many inroads as we can into the Bahri Empire. A nice secondary goal for this, for tonight's playthrough, is going to be to get as many of the kingdoms in Hispania as we can. So Andalusia is probably the most obvious goal, but it's also the most unrealistic because we'll just have so many fights with the Teutonic Order to try and claim it. I don't believe we have Castile yet, so that's what we're currently fighting for. Currently fighting for. And then the rest of it, I mean, Aragon, again, I would need to fight Italy for that, but Navarra is potentially within our grasp. So in this case, Andalusia is a fairly unrealistic goal for tonight, but then I've said that about Spain a couple of times before, and we wind up getting it. So without further discussion, we're just going to finish off this fight here. We'll just double-check what we're looking for. We are claiming Malazan? I don't know what we're fighting for, actually. Maybe it's better I just focus on the individual that we're interacting with. I'm just going to take a minute to reset my dashboard as well, so apologies if anybody writes anything in chat. I haven't seen anything for a bit, but I'm going to do that now. I'll let you know when I'm reading messages again. So he doesn't really have any forces, and he doesn't have any allies. Elmgore, thank you very much for hitting the follow button. I know it's been quite a bit of a description that you've had to sit through. Hopefully we'll give you some action, but I really appreciate you taking the time, one, to stop by, but two, hitting the follow button after me not giving anything to indicate that I actually play this game rather than talk about it. All right, let's just unpause and head forward. So what we try to do in this case is take the first thing that we would want to do is claim the... We would want to claim the area that we're fighting for. The second thing that we would want to do is claim territory that is owned by the ruler that we're fighting against. And I suspect you will be able to see... Yeah, you also get to see my spinning beach ball of death whenever the game is loading. So in this particular case here, the province that we're fighting in is owned by Count Walram, which is the individual that we're fighting right now. You sort of turn up the pain on the ruler once you start taking their personal holdings, which will in turn give you a higher war score and end the battle a little bit quicker. Alright, so Better Twitch TV is telling me that I'm back in. Halix1316, thank you as well. I don't think I've ever had that many follows at the beginning of a broadcast. Thank you both of you for stopping by and coming through. Feel free to let you make yourselves known in chat. I can read that again. Be happy to talk to you individually, but I also know when I am on Twitch, I actually tend not to talk. Well, it depends on the chat, but I tend not to talk a lot myself. So I'm always happy to speak to a slightly less active room, simply because that's the sort of experience that I have in chat myself. Oh, Elmgore, do I play CK2? So if I noticed you started with "by the way," so if you said anything before that, I unfortunately didn't read it. But to answer your question about playing CK2 a lot, I am a variety caster, so I do play games other than that. We actually just finished Shadowrun Dragonfall. But I have a dedicated Crusader Kings 2... I have a dedicated Crusader Kings 2 night. So Friday nights, basically what you're seeing right now, that is my guaranteed CK2 night. Unless there is basically a complete lack of interest in the game, that is sort of an indefinite pillar of the streaming schedule. I am going to try and expand that. I'm going to try and maybe do a couple more Crusader Kings 2 nights as I expand further days. It is summer, so I don't have any school obligations anymore. But the promise that I have to everybody, because CK2 is a much beloved game, but also a game that some people don't like watching, Fridays are dedicated to CK2, and then the remaining are sort of streams of opportunity. So I wouldn't call once a week that often, but there's definitely a home for fans of CK2 here. Especially because, like, honestly, I really like watching it. One of the reasons why I wanted to stream it in the first place was I personally couldn't find a very good CK2 stream. So it's something that I'm happy to provide. Maybe the very good claim is not one that I should be making for myself, but I am at least happy to provide a CK2 stream. So I would have also eventually liked to do something like Europa Universalis 4, but I'm actually not very good at that game, so I still have a little bit of learning to do. My liege, my work in Navarra seems to have come to fruition. By bribing, cajoling, extorting, threatening, and forging documents, I have managed to fabricate a claim on the county of Navarra, presently held by, I'll just say, the Teutonic Order. So I can't remember if I have a peace treaty with them currently. Nope, I need to check myself for that. I do. Now, I'm 43, so I'll possibly... Actually, I'll almost certainly outlive the ruler, who is 60. But what does it cost? 416 gold is not something I'm willing to spend, so I'll let it go. Yeah, not a problem, Helix, 1316. I try not to... I mean, sometimes I tend to pause if it's something in-depth. I do like pausing at natural points anyway to discuss what's going on. But yeah, I mean, usually, like, if I know everybody's here to watch the game, right? You know, nobody's here for my green eyes and my mysterious charisma. You know, obviously I like communicating some of my ideas and some plans and things like that, but people are here for the gameplay, so I try not to let chat interaction get in the way of that too much. But I mean, grand strategy games definitely lend themselves towards discussions. You know, what do you want to do this game? How do you get into it? I have been meaning to do a tutorial series because I think there's a lot of people who want to start playing this game and just find the learning curve a little bit too steep. But yeah, I won't let... I'll try not to let chat get in the way too much. So that old relic that's been in your family's care, you realize that you haven't seen it around in a very long time. You look for it, but can't find it anywhere. Why do these things always happen to you? Better not to mention it to anyone. So that is the second holy relic the House of Rose has lost, but we don't care about these things. Oh man, this has been a really long time since we've had one of these happen. So to the most illustrious Emperor Byrthnorth, the good burghers of Morfeth are barely able to pay their taxes. Our coffers are empty. I humbly ask that you lower the taxes of your cities. Your humble servant. Now I could bribe him, but why do that when I can soothe him with a high diplomacy skill? Last thing I want when I'm bleeding money is lower taxes. By the way, there's quite a few new people here, which I definitely appreciate. I should caution you that some of the names in this playthrough are going to be pretty ridiculous. I do have a history, and I think it's a good tradition on this stream of getting chat to name some of the rulers, but this does translate into some fairly colorful names, which perhaps may not be fitting to the historical context. Superior Blaze, thank you so much for the host. I'm very disappointed to find that Twitch Alerts is still not giving my host alert, so I will force it myself. Okay, apparently the test isn't working either. But I can't even remember how many streams in a row that's been, but oh, here we go. The video clip is longer, but anyways, Superior Blaze is a great friend of this stream. Like I was saying, I couldn't remember how many streams in a row it's been that you've hosted, but I won't say too many. I'm always grateful for them, but certainly been very generous. Feel free, by the way, I'm going to be really lazy and make everybody do the work themselves, or Superior Blaze, if you'd like, feel free to give a link to yourself. But I always like to... anybody who is a streamer should feel welcome to advertise themselves here. But if you guys would like, feel free to hit the follow on Superior Blaze's account. don't believe he plays Crusader Kings 2, but that doesn't mean that it isn't worth watching. And more importantly, you get to see fine streams hosted on such a channel. Sorry there isn't quite as much to talk about strategy-wise here, just because we're mapping up a war that we inherited from the last playthrough, but once this is done, we'll talk a little bit more about what the next couple of steps are to do. So my wife, Empus Helwiva, has asked me to get rid of one of my courtiers who she finds mightily annoying. On one hand, she may not be happy if I refuse her request, but if I fire the annoying man, perhaps people will feel that my wife has too much influence over my actions. She should stay out of this. All right, because Superior Blaze is not giving the link directly in chat, feel free to click on his name and obtain it that way and hit the follow button, but definitely appreciate it nonetheless. All right, now this is always an interesting one for me. So, my Emperor, word has reached me that your court chaplain has accused me of heresy. I implore you, as a devout Catholic to another devout Catholic, to believe me when I tell you I am not a heretic. So this is the one that actually can wind up affecting my revenues. So the first thing that I do here is see the accuser, which is Bishop Osred. Right now, his opinion of me is higher than that of the Pope, which means I'm getting tax revenue. Now, also the Earl is himself potentially a source of revenue. So in this case, I just want to see what the difference is in terms of behavior. This is going to take this character's opinion of me from 30 to 0, which actually means that there will be a shift in their behaviors. Whereas saying that he's not a heretic is only going to decrease the bishop's opinion of me by 10, which means I'm still going to exceed, my reputation is still going to exceed that of the Pope's, which means I still get the revenue. In this case here, I say that he's not a heretic. Now, if it was, let's say the Pope and I were even in terms of the amount that this individual liked us, then I'd be perfectly willing to throw the Earl under the bus, just in order to get the money. Because in the end, what matters in this game is prestige and piety. Those are the only things that matter for your score. The money can usually be translated into prestige or piety through things like tournaments, or at the very least, used to build infrastructure, which will support my armies, which in turn will give me provinces to control and contribute towards the prestige and piety. So in this case here, it's still better to sort of keep the peace and say that he's not a heretic. So I do take a hit on reputation, but not enough that it'll change the revenues. Oh, I agree, Superior Blaze. I was actually in Savage's stream yesterday, and there was this guy. It was really funny to watch because it was so transparent what he was doing. But like he was talking about his stream without talking about it, right? He's just constantly referencing, oh, when I do such and such, when I'm streaming with such and such. And eventually, one of the mods called him out on it and said, "It's like, stop advertising your stream in here." But with that in mind, I will say Clara and Savage are also people who dedicate some time to saying, if you stream, let us know. So I'm pretty loose when it comes to posting links, like unless it's something that's actively drawing people away. So like I had somebody post a giveaway once during a broadcast. I'm pretty happy to have people mention it. And I mean, how many hosts have you given me? It's the least that I can do. So please feel welcome to share the link if you want, but if you're uncomfortable, that's fine too. And again, I apologize for the menu bars. That'll be something I won't fix, but something that I at least cover up for the next stream. Yes, I do insist. Attaboy. Alright, if any of you good people are looking for more entertainment on Twitch, please feel free to click that link and give him a follow. He's hosted us for many streams. I wish I actually had the number. I wanted to say 4, but it might be more than that. one of the things I'll comment about in terms of the game is I'd be very interested to see what so we're obviously very late into this game. I think the earliest start date in Crusader Kings is like 767 or something like that. Cool. Getting more uprisings recently as well, so I'll pause just a little bit to sort out what I'm gonna do. West African rebels have risen up in Ghana, led by a militant shaman. If not swiftly crushed, the revolt could spread like wildfire. And that's just simply because I've expanded faster than my ability to convert. So this is actually a fairly meaningful rebellion of 8,000 troops. So it's something I'm going to have to dedicate some resources towards. But it's not something that will overrun my empire by any means. What was I saying? If I was prattling on about the menu bar again, I'll leave it. But sorry. Apparently I'm having a senior's moment before Actually, I guess I've technically completed my undergrad now, so senior's moment just shortly after completing my undergrad. So let's just see what we have available on the continent. It's not that compelling, if I'm completely honest. I'd be okay if I could combine this with my main force. But I really don't want to dedicate boats worth towards this uprising. So what I think I'm going to do... This is one of the drawbacks of... I mean, it's really cool to have a big empire and things like that, but the kind of the fragmentary nature of my land holdings is a bit of a pain when it comes to rebellions in provinces like these. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to take... This is going to be sort of my backups. I'm going to keep them in the corner of Spain and basically finish up this siege, and then I'll basically take the retinue, and then I'll march everything over. The retinue on its own probably could deal... will just barely deal with the uprising. So when I give them a little bit of a kicker with these troops, and we should make short work of them. I could, again, theoretically, I could just take a boat and bring everybody over, but boats are very expensive, and I would prefer not to waste that money. All right, you know what? I think I was talking about this Joker in Savage's stream. Who died? Oh, probably my mom. But yeah, so I mean, in regards to the link thing, I think the reasoning some people get a little irritated with it is, of course, especially if somebody's deriving an income from Twitch. It obviously, if I give my big lords a county on the continent, then I can call their army in that county. At least it worked like that in the past. Oh, you mean like their entire army? Oh, wow, I misunderstood my strength. Okay, well, in this case, I don't actually need to worry about the 8,000 troops. Let's just drag them over to... Looks like they're starving to death in this siege anyway, so it's probably not bad that I delayed it a little bit. Okay, new pope. We just got to take a second to look at any shifts. I should actually be appointing successors as well. So this is the most inefficient way for me to do it, because every single time a bishop dies, I need to do this over again. But it's really nice to have people who have a 100 opinion of me. 76 isn't that bad either. Well, yeah, you know what? I won't undo any of the previous ones that I did, but I'll alternate between the two, so I don't need to spend as much time appointing successors. One thing I should say that's nice about this playthrough too, so if I take a second to go to the religious view, you can sort of see these light white areas here. These are holy sites. You can see that quite a few of these are held by Catholics anyway, and I mean, I personally hold 2 of them. So one nice side effect of that is that the moral authority of the church is pretty unshakable, even in cases where I defy the will of the Pope, which means that I have fewer heresy issues to deal with than I normally would. Not a care in the world at all. Yeah, the entire army. You use this with your kings of Ireland and Scotland. Hey, Shio, how's it going? That's really good to know, Elmgore. Like, I always thought when you raised levies, it would just be... Like, it always seems to be going in the counties in which they are... It seems to be in the counties where, like, they're based. So that would definitely save me a lot in shipping fees. As it turns out, this time around I didn't really need to worry about it because the land forces on their own are enough to kill them. What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to wait until the siege is well underway. I'm going to keep everybody in the neighboring area, and then I'm just going to mop up the remaining area. I mean, remember, this used to be 8,000 troops. That's how fast they're perishing. Although we all do seem to be losing some war score against this main guy. Kind of want to keep an eye on this just to make sure I don't run into the same problem that they are, which is having too many troops in one province. I haven't spent a lot of time in West Africa, so I know especially a lot of the desert areas tend to be a massive graveyard for strong armies. Teutonic Order. Oh, good lord. Well, you know, I'm happy that they're at least going into Eastern Europe because there's no way I'm going to reach that in time for the end game, but the fact that they keep getting stronger is always a pain for the war score. In an effort to defend Rus against pagan attacks, King Uzara III has granted the Teutonic Order the country of Lippel. This province has never been fully settled, and many of the population are still heathens. This noble gesture could help protect the endangered frontier of Rus, as well as further the holy war against the pagans, the infidels who tremble. So if you want to know why Spain was, I mean, if you look from a few playthroughs ago, why Spain was all black, it's basically through a succession of events like those. House Rose is slowly clawing it away from their co-religionists, but it's a struggle. And it's extremely costly. Like, probably 2/3 of my treasury are going to get obliterated the next CB that I get against the Teutonic Order. If I click on that county and raise the army there, it should get the whole levy of the direct vassal that's holding that county. It worked like that, but they might have patched it, so I have to try it out on my own to use the trick. Yeah, well, and at 1.2 Elmgore that I probably has led me to be working under a misapprehension regarding that mechanic is I tend to keep all of the king titles for myself, and I very deliberately, like if you look at my factions, because I have so many of them, I tend to keep my vassals very weak. So it could be that I've been working under this misapprehension just simply because my vassals are inherently weak to begin with, and I've been assuming that that is just a feature of the way that armies are raised. So, but it's definitely one that I think if that's something that Paradox has kept into the game, it's something that would definitely allow me to be a little bit more effective in terms of raising armies. For now, though, we're pretty good. As far as the rebellion's concerned, we're going to wipe them out, and then for the next fight against the Umayyads, I'm actually going to want to ship over my personal armies anyway, although with 10,000 troops, I potentially could just wipe them out on my own. It's definitely very tenacious. I enemy that I'm fighting against here. But it's only towns and bishoprics that I'm going to be fighting against, so I'm not too worried about them. I think at this point, I'm just going to march straight into this province. You notice that the skull is gone, which means that their numbers have been thinned out enough to eliminate them. Now, again, I need to be pretty careful about this because it could be that these guys starve to death before they arrive. Yeah, I was gonna say, Elmgore, if we did a strong vassal playthrough this time around, there was some absolutely appalling behavior that I had about 4 or 5 generations ago, which would have made for some extremely dramatic gaming. I mean, in the end, the AI in this game is not the brightest crayon in the box, I guess is one of the euphemisms you could use. I mean, I don't really have a lot to fear from the tactical brilliance of the AI, so I suppose in the end I shouldn't be that worried about factions, but at this point we're role-playing the House of Rose to the hilt, just a bunch of crypto gangsters who are enriching themselves on the backs of the conquered people of Africa. But we'll be doing a brand new playthrough once this one is over, and I think we might try a tribal group. I don't know. I still have to decide what the next playthrough is going to be, but we can get some feedback from chat on that one. Because after all, this is for you guys. I love playing Crusader Kings too, but I think it's good to have some fun with a group of people who are speaking. So after 100 years under the Empire of Britannia, the Kingdom of Galatia is no longer considered a de jure part of the Bari Empire. So redrawing borders, which again won't necessarily matter because within about 90 years the game's going to be over. I'm making the game look amazing. Well, I mean, Shio, it's I thanks for mentioning that. Actually, if anybody is interested in this game, there was the Humble sale going on, and they had Crusader Kings on for a pretty reasonable discount, $9.99. I should let you guys know that the my goodness, Shio, you're always extremely generous in your comments. I should also mention that the Humble Bundle right now, they've partnered with Paradox, and they have included Crusader Kings 2 and the Sons of Abraham DLC if you pay above the average, which when I got it was $4.07. It's probably gone up since then. If you pay $15, you get Europa Universalis and the Conquest of Paradise DLC. But basically, you can get Crusader Kings for about half of... Within the bundle, you can get Crusader Kings for about half of what you normally pay in the sale prices. So, for anybody who's interested in getting this game, now is not a bad time to get it through the Humble Bundle. I will let you know the way that I bought it is to put the full amount towards charity. I think it's nice to support developers on these things, but I also think that if somebody is stating that they're doing it for charity, then you put the proceeds for charity. I also had a bit of a disagreement with Paradox recently over something, so I'm not necessarily looking to enrich them at this particular moment. But I'll let you know, this last month has been great for people who want to get into Crusader Kings 2, because there have been a few opportunities to get at a very steep discount. There's probably going to be a Steam sale coming soon. I think those normally happen in June, at which point a lot of the DLC and the game is going to be going. And I did announce on Twitter that I will be doing some giveaways at a random point in the future. It will not happen tonight for sure, but I've gotten my hands on a few keys which I think would be good to give away to people. I'm doing them at random points, just obviously so that it's people who have been on the channel get a chance. And of course, if you do it randomly, then sort of everybody has that equal chance of being there when it happens. I won't say what titles are on there, but they are at least along the lines of what people who are interested in games like these would be. So don't hold off a purchase of Crusader Kings 2 if you're interested in the game on its own, but we might have something like it being given away at a point relatively soon in the future. All right, I've been babbling a little bit too much. Not too worried about some of these messages here. Like, these are just plots. Right now, against tradition, I've got the auto stop plots button clicked, and that's just mostly because every plot that we've got a fairly robust position at the moment as far as what vassals think of us. So it's very unlikely that we're going to get a plot against somebody who dislikes my leader, and we always stop plots that are going against members of the bloodline. So at this point here, we've really been just auto-canceling plots anyway. We don't have an ambition at the moment simply because we've sort of maxed out everything that we can get. The one DLC that I don't have for this game is Way of Life, so I appreciate that there's going to be some differences between the current version of the game with all DLC and what I'm playing right now. But Sunset Invasion and Way of Life are the only two DLC that I'm not running, and I will tell you with certainty there was never a point that I will ever run the Sunset Invasion DLC. I have no interest in obtaining it, and I have no interest in running it. All right, so we've got a few more factions to deal with. I think I'm just going to take care of these wars before I send my Spy Master to deal with anything. There's really no reason to do that. I just want to get a little bit more action going. And mostly I just want to talk about what my next few moves are in terms of conquering Africa as efficiently as I can. All right, well, that's a bit of a pain on the part of these rebels. So where are they heading? Timbuktu. So I think I'll arrive there a little too late. So I'll arrive on March the 19th. I get there on the 23rd, so I'll just head to Timbuktu myself. I probably don't have... Alright, so instead we go to Jen. Now we are crossing a river to do this, but we have twice as many troops, so I'm not too worried about that. All right, wasn't quite enough to wipe them out, so we'll cross over and I agree completely, Elm. I think I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I won't read this out again, but the Teutonic Order are just getting more territory. I believe the development team has actually straight up said that that it was basically a weekend project and that it's very much considered an optional feature of the game. I mean, by definition, DLC is purely optional, but I think they're basically saying it's like, yeah, we probably didn't put as much effort into this thing as we should have, and we kind of regret it. Kite, how the devil are you? I think you were streaming earlier today, weren't you? Kite is another streamer, by the way. I think he just recently, if I'm not mistaken, I was checking the forums. I think he just recently applied to Team Panda. This is the team that I'm currently on, run by the streamer Seriously Clara. So Kite, if you would like, feel free to drop a link for your own stream. Kite has been a long-standing member of this particular channel. He's always been very active in chat, always very supportive. So I think the least that we could do in turn is give him a little bit of love in terms of some streaming. Although if you were streaming today, I apologize for not being able to see it myself. Yeah, Shayo, I think the Humble Bundles are, one, they're a really good idea, and two, I think I like that they made the Humble Store as well. Simply because I think it's nice that some of the markup for games, which are sort of by definition high margin items, are going towards some causes that that most people can relate to. Philip Barr, how's it going? I can't remember. When's the last time I've talked to you? Must have been the Twitch meetup. How's it going? To the great Emperor, your wisdom and mercy are legendary. We propose that Duke Eric the Sixth of Cologne and Princess Sister the Fourth. Oh wait, it was Sister IV of Britannia marry. Why not? Just going. Great to see you again. As you can see, we're playing Crusader Kings 2 tonight, our Friday tradition. Heading to one in a few weeks? Oh, absolutely, I'm heading there. For those of you who are not familiar with this, I am based in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. We have a great sort of gaming restaurant. You did your first retro stream. Awesome, Kite. I hope it went well. So there's a restaurant in Vancouver known as EXP Bar. It's sort of catered towards gamers. And Seriously Clara has taken the responsibility of sort of running this Vancouver Twitch group that we have. So there's a bunch of streamers, some fairly big names as well. I don't know if anybody here is a fan of League of Legends. I personally am a Dota player, but we've got there's the streamer Ponce, who's a fairly big League of Legends streamer. I incidentally know this because I've recently started modding for him, and I think a couple of nights ago he hit something like 8,000 viewers, which, if you want an idea of what mod hell looks like, it's 8,000 viewer stream. But in any case, a lot of great people go there. It's a really, EXP itself is a really interesting bar, very friendly staff there. And what we have been doing recently is, for these Vancouver Twitch meetups, we have actually been broadcasting them. So when I attend, and it sounds like Philip Bar is going as well, when a bunch of us are going there and drinking adult beverages and doing adult things, probably we will have that streamed. Likely this stream will host it. So I got to remember the exact date of it, but if it falls on a Friday, I will be sure to come up with an alternative Crusader Kings Day. And if it's not on one of my normal streaming days, I'll be sure to host the Twitch meetup. Although I'll be sure to dodge the cameras. Actually, on the point of Dota 2 as well, there's been some really interesting stuff happening at the Summit 3. The International's coming up as well. And assuming that my stuttering issue has been dealt with again, the unfortunate menu bar at the top, but running in full screen mode, I will be doing a little bit of Dota 2 content. That'll be going right down from the fundamentals in terms of how does the game work, and how, even if you didn't play the game, how could you enjoy watching it, and building it straight up to some of the... I mean, I'm not necessarily that great of a player personally, but maybe some of the higher level strategy and thinking that goes into a game like that. So if it's something that you were interested in, or if you're, either if you are an existing Dota 2 player who would like a little bit more content like that, also we'll be doing things like biographies of the teams that are going into the International 5, or if you're somebody who would like to get into that particular title, I think I can sort of speak to both of those interests. All right, I'm really confused about how I'm supposed to beat this guy now. As long as the stuttering issue's been dealt with, we'll be doing some content like that. So, at this point, I should have 100% if I've taken all of his territories. But he's got a couple of holdouts, so... We'll just keep marching on. We're making money right now. We're still earning 30 wealth each month, even though we have an army raised. So I don't necessarily mind going from province to province. It just means that I have to hold off on my conquest of these other areas. And I don't believe this is my uprising. Oh, they're at war with everybody. 3 weeks from Sunday. Okay, cool. Oh, that's right. Yeah, so it's... So I do stream on weekends, but I'll just make sure that I stream on the day that the meetup isn't. Thank you very much for supporting Kite there, Hallex. Kite has definitely been a very strong supporter of this stream, so it's really nice to have that reciprocated. Crusade for Bavaria? His Holiness Pope Nicholas II is worried about the state of the souls in the Kingdom of Bavaria. The heathens under King Oberon II of Hungary have no hope for salvation and will suffer the eternal fires unless they can be brought to Christ in this life. Any Christian willing is offered complete absolution of sins in the armed mission against the Tengri barbarians. Deus vult! So, this is normally a great opportunity for some prestige and piety. I'm not going to commit to the crusade quite yet. I want to make sure that I deal with my existing conflicts. Which means I'm also sort of, by doing so, I'm going to eliminate my chances of being the top contributor to the crusade. But as long as I get the Crusader title, I should be pretty happy with the state of things. Look at you guys. The love is real tonight. Thank you very much for doing that. I know we've talked about this a couple of times on the stream in terms of the idea of promoting streams and interaction with people, but I've always had the feeling that I'm always looking for more opportunities to be entertained rather than fewer ones. So it's really nice to see streamers not necessarily seeing viewers as a resource to be competed over, but rather, building up communities and sharing with each other. So I definitely appreciate that you guys are throwing your follows to each other. Oh, that's awesome, Alex. 1316. Yeah, it's... I was going to say, I noticed that, personally, I've always liked variety in streams, mostly because it's the way that I game myself. Obviously, I've got sort of these pillars now of things like Crusader Kings 2 that I do on the stream. But to me, like, unless you are something like, let's say, a professional Dota 2 player, where I tend to like seeing them focus on the thing that they're best at because I'm watching them for their skill. I tend to like variety just simply because I think it gives people more things to talk about. And in the end, I watch streams for the streamer, not necessarily for the games that they're playing. So to be able to have this prism of different games through which I get to know a person a little bit better is really good. So, but that's cool. What is your favorite game to play on stream right now, if I may ask? I'll read some of the flavor text while I wait for the reply on that. By the way, I apologize, guys. I don't know if you guys have been following some of the news on Twitch. There is a new, there's a new shorter delay feature that they have released a beta for. I do not have that currently enabled. Part of that is because I'm already sort of pushing the boundaries as far as, what my bandwidth can support. And I know what they do is they break the broadcast up into smaller chunks. So if I'm suffering some volatility in terms of my upload speeds, it may be something that negatively affects your ability to view it. I don't think so, but because I've already done one change in terms of something that'll affect the quality of the stream, I wanted to sort of review the footage from today before I add another component that might affect the quality. So I apologize if I'm a little bit slow in my delays compared to other streamers. That's just because I haven't enabled that shorter delay. But it's something I'll be doing for next stream. Famous herald, well-versed in diplomatic protocol, has arrived at our court. He is proposing his services to us, and our chamberlain is saying that we can make good use of this man. I can get a diplomat for 40 gold, or say another mouth to feed is not what I need, lose 5 prestige. I will spend the 40 gold not to lose the 5 prestige. That's awesome, Alex. Okay, so I can see a problem now. I'm going to have to figure out a way to disable these email notifications, but as you can see, I've now been informed about your... I've been informed about everybody's following. Thank you. I hope to God my student number or anything like that does not get emailed to me while I'm streaming. One thing I might do, actually, when we finish this playthrough, I might actually take a couple of Fridays and do sort of dedicated educational streams to Crusader Kings 2. Still don't know why... Oh, I think I know why I have that double. Was it Bajushima? Let me just see if I can find you in chat. Bujusima? Apologies if I'm trampling all over your pronunciation. Thank you very much for hitting the follow button. Lots of love tonight. This is actually, I think, the second Crusader King stream where the number of follows have been definitely quite a bit above average. So thank you, everybody, for the support that you've been given. It's definitely appreciated. Makes me want to get up and do more of these streams. So thank you, everybody, for doing that. I don't believe I've seen you in chat yet, but if you would like to let yourself be known so I can thank you a little bit more personally, thank you. Or feel free to do so. Obviously, if you prefer lurking, that is totally fine to me. But one way or the other, I definitely appreciate you giving me that support and hitting the follow button. It does actually mean quite a bit, especially to a fairly small channel such as myself. And on that note, mankind is unlovable. No more charity. I lose the charitable trait. Which might mean I can actually get an ambition now. Yes, because my diplomacy fell as a result of losing charity. I also think I found what's causing that doubling up. So just bear with me a second here. There we go. I think that will get rid of the doubling. Well, actually, you know what? I like hitting the test button, so I'll do a test host. Again, we'll pretend that this is the alert for Superior Blaze. This should get rid of the duplicate sounds. Cool. All right. Who knows? We might actually be looking somewhat like a professional stream by the end of this. Thanks, Alex. I mean, this is one of the things that I love the most about Crusader Kings is just the number of chance events that occur, and the context in which they come up will always provide more humor than anything that I can design. So. Lots of fun. What other games am I going to stream, and what is the schedule if I have one? So the guaranteed streams right now are Mondays and Fridays, and then I will do one stream on the weekend, and I haven't fixed that to a Saturday or a Sunday yet. I don't actually have a set time that I do. Zombie Nerd, to answer your CK2 question, Friday nights are always dedicated Crusader Kings 2 nights. So once a week is, to my mind, not often, but it is consistent. So if you purely want the CK2 content, I will always be providing that on Fridays until there's not an interest. But I mean, let's not kid ourselves. There's not a lot of CK2 streams out there, so I'm pretty sure there's always going to be an audience for some Crusader Kings. But yeah, feel free to stop by as many Fridays as you'd like, and we will be here streaming Crusader Kings 2. If there's school stuff that comes up or if there's life stuff, I will always announce on Twitter if there's a change to the schedule or something like that. But we've been pretty good at keeping the Fridays consistent. And then to answer Elmgor, your question in terms of other things that I do. So Fridays and Mondays are definitely my pillars of streaming. I try to do Friday, Monday, and at least one weekend for sure. The kinds of games that we do otherwise, we did a fairly long playthrough of Shadowrun Returns, specifically the Dragonfall DLC. I guess it's Shadowrun Dragonfall Director's Cut now. Well, thank you very much for saying so, Zombie Nerd. I'm glad that you like Crusader Kings 2. Obviously, I like it, or I wouldn't be playing it. But it's definitely nice. It's nice to have a little bit of a community built around the love of this game. And thank you for the follow, Zombie Nerd. I really appreciate it. Elmgor, I'm really sorry I'm not answering your question promptly. But we've done some other things. We did Kerbal Space Program, which I've been meaning to get back to for a while. But we've also done Darkest Dungeon. If Dota 2 is going to be something that we do a bit more with the oncoming International 5 on the condition that some of the video quality issues that we were having are resolved. And then, what are some of the other ones that we like doing? Oh, Antichamber is a game that we started playing and haven't gotten back to just because of all these other things coming in. We played and completed Gods Will Be Watching, which I thought was a fantastic story. It was a lot of fun to stream that. I don't think Endors is in the chat right now, but it's actually where I got to see him for the first time. If you've learned anything about content production, consistency, frequency, many bloggers go nuts the first week, then only 3 posts the next week, 1, then none, then an apology, then they disappear. Always better to do something manageable first. Yeah, well, that's the big thing, is that I am not going to... I mean, it would be wonderful if I could say, I'm going to do a stream every day for the rest of recorded time. But actually, there's quite a few new people in here, so I'll maybe give a little bit of biographical information. I have just completed my undergrad at the University of British Columbia, honors economics, so be impressed. No, so it's my graduation is actually going to be next week, and I have been accepted into their master's program, which I had a little bit of a dilemma in terms of what school to go to, but in the end, prestige kind of, much like Crusader Kings 2, prestige counts for the most. So it's a very highly ranked department that's well regarded, and I know a couple of professors in there who are very encouraging of my studies. So clearly a graduate economics degree is not a simple undertaking, and so one of the reasons why the streaming schedule is a little bit lumpy is just because in the end, my priority to schooling is going to be... is going to be number one. I love doing this, and I think I can keep a realistic balance between both priorities. But clearly, assuming that I have the temperament for research, I would intend to pursue my graduate studies towards something like a PhD. And so, with that in mind, I need to make sure that I find the appropriate balance between something that is... a hobby that I take very seriously, but ultimately still a hobby, while I'll, basically make sure that my studies are in line as well as my obligation to you guys. So in this case here, I think being able to keep my Mondays and Fridays and then my once on a weekend is something that has worked well so far while I'm completing my undergrad. Now that the summer is up, I do have a research project I'm going to be doing for a prof, but again, it's something that I think is manageable. And looking to add a few more days to the schedule, but until I can actually make... the last thing that I want to do is make a commitment to a particular set of times, and then something happens. Like, for instance, next week I'm going to get a chance to see Lindsey Sterling in concert. So clearly, I don't want to say, okay, I'm going to start streaming on Thursdays, except for this concert, and, my friend's birthday is happening, so I'm going to go get drunk instead of stream or something like that. I wanted to make sure that I could say... these are the days that I will always show up. And then, obviously it's nice to have a follow button so that if an opportunity comes up to do a substantial stream, I can at least hit that start streaming button, not do anything. I wouldn't do Crusader Kings, which has a little bit of continuity, but, to get a chance to maybe put in a couple of rounds of Dota 2. Well, probably not Dota 2, but, try out something new. I've actually got a few beta keys for a new game that's come out. So, assuming that you're allowed to stream something like that, to do something new or off the beaten track, it's a nice option to have. And then, of course, the fact that you guys have been so generous with your follows means that you get a chance to see the streams of opportunity when they come up. So I think I want to do... Actually, castle infrastructure is probably best because it should give me the extra castle town. And I was actually sitting on that. I was sitting on that technology point for a while, so might work unless I find a demanding girl to crush my plans altogether. Well, she'd have to get used to Twitch. Do I play CS:GO? Zombie Nerd, I don't play as much CS as I would like in general. I play it occasionally, but I tend not to play games like that on stream just because I'm sure you've noticed by now that the video quality is quite a bit lower than most other streams. And the reason for that is I have a very thin bandwidth. I am in Canada, so our bandwidth isn't that great. Basically, if I get the top-of-the-line internet package, then I would have a proper streaming bandwidth. But what I tend to notice is when I play online games on stream, either the game itself is very laggy or the stream becomes unwatchable through buffering. So I tend to play what CSGO I do. I tend to play it offline. I tend to play it off stream. I'm also a little bit past my normal break time, but I really want to finish the... I definitely took on a bigger fight than I thought I was going to. We keep losing war score for some reason. My liege, I'm pleased to report that your errant subject, Aberdal Aberlade, has converted to the Catholic faith. Praise God. Actually, I think the population went over earlier as well. Sorry, I've been gabbing a little bit too much. Yeah, so let's move our chaplain over to convert the Sunni population. The main reason for doing these conversions is just to keep the number of uprisings down. As you can see, we can crush them fairly simply, but the biggest thing is that you don't want an uprising to come up in the middle of a big intense fight. So let's say I'm taking on the Umayyads and all of a sudden there's a 10,000 person uprising and it happens in Iceland. You know, I'm going to have the worst time in the world dealing with that uprising as well as fighting off the Muslim hordes. So doing things like, you know, having some homogeneity in terms of religion and things like that is preferable. And I mean, in the end, I'm just missing out on a few culture points by not putting him in the research role. Oh, another thing that I forgot to mention, you know, talking a little bit about some of the variety in the cast. Civilization is a game that we've played and actually has a particularly interesting state in this stream simply because there is we had a couple of professors. So some of the work that I've done as a research assistant was actually in the classics department. So we had a couple of professors. I will decline. Unless I can enforce my demands, I don't want to... Oh, he will enforce demands. All right. But we didn't get the territories we were looking for, which is really frustrating. Oh well, I'll live with it. Econometrics is your life and your love, sir. Colleagues in a bit. Your diploma was about time series modeling, and you've worked on the stock market. That's really cool, Elmgore. Actually, so I did. I did a bit of an advanced econometrics class in my last year of my undergrad, and I didn't perform quite as well as I was hoping to. But I think part of that was also just bad timing on my part. So it's actually really cool to have somebody who likes econ here. I try not to keep it too... I obviously I try to keep this material... Actually, I'm just going to get my break sign up while I talk about this. Obviously, I try not to deliberately talk down to people in this kind of stuff. But it's always kind of neat to have... It's neat to have somebody who's studied a little bit to sort of keep me honest. Just 1 second... What font do we use for our new break title? There we go. Larger than the last one. All right. So, normally, once an hour, I go and do a break just mostly to get up, stretch, refill my water, mute the microphone so you do not hear me going to the bathroom like a couple of streams ago. But I did want to take a minute to thank everybody for stopping by. I think this is probably the largest number of follows that we've had within the first hour of the stream, so thank you everybody for doing that. The support is unreal tonight. I'm looking forward to doing some more Crusader Kings 2, but I think the important thing is it is a hobby that tends to involve quite a bit of sitting, so I encourage you guys also to get up, have a small stretch for yourself. I'll be back in around about 3 minutes, and we'll talk about what the next steps are now that we've succeeded in a slightly unusual invasion. But see you guys in a couple minutes. All right, thank you everybody for hanging out. Looks like most of you are still here. It's always a dread whenever you go off for a break that everybody vanishes at that point, but that's fine. Everybody has things to do. It is Friday night after all, and I really appreciate that you guys are hanging out with me out of all of your options. So I'll actually just... I have a really bad habit of getting a little distracted in terms of topics I was talking about. But one thing I wanted to say about the Civilization streams that might actually be relevant to Crusader Kings 2 as well was, as part of the Extra Life fundraiser last year, we got a couple of classics professors. Some of the research that I did during my undergrad was actually for a couple of classics profs that I knew. So with that connection, we had two classics profs sort of come in and talk about their areas of expertise. They are actually in the highlights. So it was Professor McElduff, who is a specialist in terms of ancient Roman spectacles. So that would mean things like gladiators and mimes and things like that. And then we also had Professor Marshall. Now, he actually does research specifically related to games, both ancient games and current gaming. He's really interested in things, even the concept of mods. We didn't actually talk about mods, although it would have been really wonderful to talk about that in the context of Crusader Kings 2. I didn't actually own the game at the time that I was talking with him about it. But because of the success of those interviews, and I mean, obviously, it was fascinating to get a chance to talk to them, so that was as much of a benefit for me as it was for anybody who was watching, and we did raise some money for the BC Children's Hospital as a result of that. But I think based on the success of those, and given the fact that there's very clearly demand for Crusader Kings 2 content, what I'm going to try and do is sort of leverage the success of those presentations to approach the relevant department at UBC and see if I can get a couple of experts in terms of the Middle Ages to come on the stream and talk to us a little bit, either about the game or a particular time period or something along those lines. So I can't make any promises because in the end I am asking an expert to take some of their time to come and talk to, a website which is, for all intents and purposes dedicated to gaming. But I think that there's probably enough interest that it would be a good use of both our and their time. So I can't say for sure that it'll happen because in the end it is sort of I am at the mercy of people's schedules. But I think I'm feeling relatively certain that I could sell it enough to get a professor to come in and talk a little bit about things that would be relevant to the game. So I'll make an effort to do it, no promises, but I'll be sure to give well in advance. Yeah, I'll give quite a bit of advance notice if something like that does occur. All right. Oh, you know what? I got to talk about the next few moves. So this fight, I believe this is all because of the... Oh, well, these are revolts. I'm not quite sure why I am fighting the Byzantine Empire, though. In this case, I will at least... make the gesture to join Nicholas II on the crusade. Theory of games is great mathematics. Love that, absolutely. Yeah, Professor Marshall is not necessarily a mathematician, but he did have some interesting things to say in that regard. But actually, Umgor, on that point, I've been thinking a lot about matchmaking systems, especially for games like Dota, where you have, it's one thing to measure the skill of a player. So, originally you'd have something like the ELO system for chess, and then Microsoft has published a couple of papers on their new true skill mechanism. But I'm really interested in this idea, first of all, of matching teams. How do you actually judge the quality of a player in a team game where, the victory is not necessarily a reflection of their individual outcomes. But another thing that interests me is, of course, with the proliferation of ARTS or MOBA style games, you'll have a lot of new titles which maybe have very shallow player pools. So I don't like to speak negatively of a lot of games, but I can remember Magica Wizard Wars, I was invited to the beta for that, but I stopped playing it very quickly after that. And that was because even though I loved the original Magicka game and I understood the controls relatively well, whenever I was matched in the game, it would always be with this seasoned veteran, which would just wipe me out before I even knew what was going on. And so, this is clearly a problem that's created by having a matchmaking system when there's a relatively small number of players, because you want to have matches which are created quickly, and you want to have, evenly balanced teams, and sometimes these things aren't going to align well. So I think there's a really interesting matching problem that obviously game theory can have quite a bit to say about in terms of how do you match these, how do you do these proper balances of getting, in the case of Dota, 5 players who are roughly equal, so it's an enjoyable match, who match together in a relatively quick period of time, and how do you judge their contributions in order to make sure that the future games that get created are sort of within a reasonable level of experience. So I agree with you completely. Do you ever add people on Steam from the stream? You're wondering if I wanted to play CSGO one day. So Zombie Nerd, one of the problems that comes up with Steam that I've gotten from some established streamers is that apparently the friends list builds up pretty quickly. So I've not really added people directly from stream, but what I think I might do in the future, a lot of people build like stream groups, and then people can connect that way, and it's basically just a way of secretly increasing your friends list without actually adding people to the friends list. It's definitely not for a lack of interest, but I think what will happen is that people who find the stream early kind of get this place on the friends list, and then let's say I meet somebody in real life and I want to add them, then I'm going to wind up kicking such a long-standing viewer off of my friends list, which doesn't quite seem right. So what I think I'm going to do, now that that's come up, I think the best way for me to handle that is I'll actually create a Steam group for the channel, and that way you can join that, and we can maybe look into playing some CSGO in the future. I'll let you know, I am useless at that game, but I think it's real. I really like playing. I like playing games with people, and I like playing stuff with people on stream, so I think that's a good way to handle it. When I set up the Steam group, how about I send you a Twitch message or something like that? Or, I mean, obviously I'll announce it on a broadcast, but I think that's probably the best way for me to handle something like that, because I haven't really needed to deal with it that much. But I think it's something I'm going to have to deal with sooner rather than later. Okay, so the Pope hasn't taken my offer to join his crusade yet, so I'm not going to move any troops, and now I need to consider what my next move is as far as invasions. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to avoid moving east, because the best situation would be if this revolt succeeds, and now that means that there's actually 2 rulers that I can go to war with, whatever the Umayyad revolt turns into, and then the Umayyad Empire itself. Mali looks fairly safe. So we'll just start with a holy war. Wait a minute. Nearby West African rulers might want to join. Well, that's the hope. So basically just straight out declare war on them. And I probably should have checked what their troop strength is. Almost 5,000. So really I can just take my retinue and steamroller over them, which is exactly what I'm going to do. I also want to be a little bit careful about the path that they're taking. Like right now they're going through 250 enemy troops, which I would prefer not to have to deal with. And looks like the crusade isn't going that well, so I'm going to avoid committing troops at this point. If when my war is done there's still space for the crusade, then I'll maybe throw something in. Actually, I can probably put some people on a boat. Okay, good, Zombie Nerd. Then we'll be roughly at the same skill level if that's the claim. But yeah, I should probably play some more CS:GO. So I'll set up a Steam group for the channel, and I think that way, if anybody wants to play a game or something like that, that'll probably be the best way to do the matching problem. Because I mean, again, I guess until fairly recently, I've sort of been thinking that the channel would usually remain tiny and that I wouldn't need to worry about the friends list problem, but whenever I talk with established streamers about this stuff, they say that's a terrible assumption to make. So I'm trying to position things so I infuriate the smallest number of people possible. And how's it going, Blood? Sorry, I laughed at what you said, but I don't think I actually said hi to you. How's it going? Okay. So I've kind of already committed to going towards Mali, and this is mostly just to take advantage of the revolt that's going on. As far as claiming Bavaria... Oh, sorry, not Bavaria, Hungary. There's two ways I could do it, which is I could get my score by taking out very large stacks like this 3,000 and this 5,000. I'm actually really surprised that we're losing this crusade just because there's so many troops in the theater already. So actually, I think even if I look at the best route, like this would involve a land. Like I'd have to walk to head down. So I think probably the best thing is just put people on boats, go around Italy, and move up through here. A nice side effect of this too is I'll use my vassals for it. So if I have any factions, they'll be a little bit weaker. I'll just kind of take the southern part of the kingdom. Kind of arbitrary in terms of the number of troops that I decided to commit, but I mean, I'm not going to get the top contributor to the crusade, so I don't particularly want to commit that much to it. I suppose there's a side of me that says I could kind of commit these troops towards the war, but it doesn't really seem to be... Like, I don't really think I need more than the 8,000. I'm doing quite well, Blood. We had a very generous crop of people stop by the stream and follow. And they're hanging out still, which is even more surprising. We've got... Wait a minute. There's a side of me that says I should... Actually, yeah, I will lay siege to this. This kind of sucks because I'm going to have... Like, basically it's going to give them some more time to regroup, but honestly, I'm not entirely sure delaying this invasion to the south is really going to do that much. But yeah, so really wonderful turnout tonight. I got a little bit more done today than I was planning. I was supposed to return a book to the library, but that was about the only thing I sort of had planned that I didn't get done tonight. And most importantly, I'm getting ready for a nice, good session of Crusader Kings 2. You'll notice, obviously, the layout looks a little bit different. You get to see the delights of my menu bar. That's one unfortunate side effect of something that hopefully is going to improve the quality of the stream overall. So what we'll probably do at the end of the stream, when the Crusader Kings 2 stuff is done, we'll do a Dota 2 test to see whether or not the... Oh, you know what? I probably should have been paying attention to the troops there. Yep, they're in position. Well, mostly in position. I'll wait till they funnel through and then I'll raise the ships. But we'll probably do a little bit of a Dota 2 test just to see whether or not the image quality is what it should be. And if it is, then we'll be able to do some stuff that's related to TI5. And actually, the Summit 2, for those of you who are Dota 2 fans, if you've not been watching the Summit 3, I definitely recommend it. There's, I will say the results of the games have been roughly what I would have expected. But that doesn't mean that the games haven't been fun to watch. So, if you're not a Dota 2 fan, I don't necessarily think the Summit's going to give you anything to turn you into a Dota 2 fan, but I've been happy with that tournament so far. And I mean, in general, I like Beyond the Summit, so I think they're a good organization. They put on some pretty good tournaments. Oh yeah, I've got a new keyboard, so I can't remember how the hotkey works anymore. Well, Blood Glade, we were actually talking about this earlier. So I mean, I think the price on the Humble Bundle is good. So it's neat that it's well, I mean, I like the fact that the donations have been generous enough that it's $6 now. But on the other hand, it's not as good of a deal. I think when I got my Humble Bundle, it was like $4.07 or something like that. In my opinion, so I'll put it to you this way: like, Crusader Kings is definitely a complicated game. So that is a slight mark against it. But with that in mind, you've got I mean, one, you've got a stream which is gonna have some educational content towards it. If you think about where you would get it in other sales, usually on the Steam Summer Sale or something equivalent, you'll see Crusader Kings for $9, and that's without the DLC Sons of Abraham, which is what the Humble Bundle comes with. So I think $6 is going to be the cheapest that you can get that game at any point. I also think Europa Universalis 4 is pretty good, so I would argue that bundle is actually worth paying the $15 for if you like grand strategy titles like this. And this is the big problem, is that nobody really has a reference for grand strategy games, so they have no idea if $15 is a good price or not. So in my view, like, if you don't have games like Magicka or some of those other titles that are included inside of the bundle, I think the $6 risk is worth it, because chances are at least one of the games is going to be worth it. If you already own Magicka, then the question is Crusader Kings worth $6? Now, I can't necessarily answer that question for everybody because everybody's tastes are different, but I will say that $6 is the lowest price at which you will probably ever be able to decide that for yourself. So I think that answer is mildly biased towards acquiring it, but I also think it at least acknowledges sort of the dilemma that people who want to get into titles like this face. So, I mean, I think it's apparent that I really enjoy this game, and I'd love it if other people had a chance to as well. But I think the Humble Bundle is probably one of the most effective ways to make that decision in the end. All right, so we've got ourselves locked into this crusade, and we're starving to death and hungry. What's the best way we can deal with this? I guess we go for what he's personally holding. So he's got Pex. Yeah, let's just go to his personal holdings. I may need to split these guys one more time just to avoid the starvation, but it is 20,000 troops in an area that I don't actually have sort of a land bridge to, so I'll wait until I'm in a slightly more reasonable place. It's complicated at the start. Once you get into CK2, you might expect hundreds of hours of fun easily. Favorite grand strategy from Paradox is Victoria 2. So I got that in the Humble Bundle. I'm looking forward to it. Now, one thing that irritates me is that there is actually a Mac version of Victoria 2, which they did not include in the Humble Bundle. This is why I had absolutely no problems not giving Paradox any money as part of that bundle, because from the way that they market their DLC to like just everything that they do seems to be geared towards the worst customer experience ever. So I'm going to be playing Victoria 2 on my PC when I get a chance, but unfortunately I can't stream it because my PC isn't that well equipped for streaming. So, and it seems to me like such an arbitrary decision to make. It's like, you know, one of our old titles, Victoria 2, which by the way apparently is getting an update to the Clausewitz engine, so there is going to be a Victoria 3 coming probably after Hearts of Iron 4. So like it's going to be an IP that they're really not going to be milking that much anyway. And for whatever reason, they decided, like, nope, we're just not going to give you access to the Mac one as part of this Humble Bundle. You have to buy the Mac version separately in the App Store. It makes no sense. But, I mean, that's their decision to make, right? So, don't get me wrong, I like these games, and I really wish there was a way that I could support the game itself without supporting the developer, because the developer has a very weird way of conducting business, I think is the charitable way for me to put it. You having Magicka doesn't change whether you would go beyond, because you do it mainly to give some money to charity. Yeah, exactly. I mean, to be perfectly honest with you, the biggest appeal to me of any Humble Bundle is that I get to say how much I put towards charity, in addition to getting some neat games in my pocket. I'm really not doing myself any favors with these numbers. Okay, I'm not starving to death anymore. That's good. And by the way, I appreciate what a complete diva I sound like when it comes down to, down to these interactions with Paradox. But I mean, to me, service does kind of matter. Another example would be, like, I spent probably half an hour taking all of my individual keys and attaching them to a Paradox forum account. And then it turns out, like, apparently I had registered for, like, Magicka Wizard Wars once before or something like that. And for whatever reason, I still don't quite understand what their reasoning is, but I couldn't merge the two accounts. So, I said, it's like, well, that would have been really wonderful to know, like, half an hour before, so I could have saved myself all the trouble of registering these keys. But I mean, I just kind of left it as, like, it probably is just an indication this isn't a good fit, and I won't go on the forums. But I guess if I either had better reasons for why things are the way they are, or just a slightly more efficient way of doing things would probably have me a little less critical of the way Paradox does business. But right now, yeah, sorry, that's the Slack for Team Panda. Right now, I'm just generally not happy with the way that they've been running things, and because I'm a consumer with a platform in the form of Twitch, I'll let the heavens know. Although on that note, I do, I'm not going so far as to say I'm going to pirate every DLC for Crusader Kings. What I usually do is I wait until it's a significant discount, and I buy it on. I buy it at the discounted rate, because that's actually what I think the DLC is worth. I usually don't think most of the DLC is actually worth the price that they charge at the beginning. Yeah, that's probably the best way to put it, Elm. It's unfortunate, right? Like, I think one of the best ways I can personify, and this is, I will say that this is an issue that sometimes comes up with other developers as well. So, the Magicka experience that I had, like Magicka Wizard Wars, they basically left it to saying that they didn't feel that tutorials was really their job, that it was sort of the role of community members and, like, you know, users to generate tutorials and learning content and stuff like that. And if you notice, like, once upon a time, if you think, I mean, before games were distributed online, you would get these nice manuals. And, like, if you think about, like, Civilization games, it has something built into the game. The Civilopedia is this massive tome of both interesting history as well as mechanics to the game, and they actually put some time into making sure that you understand how to play it. And what I tend to notice now is that with the advent of things like Twitch and Let's Plays and active communities, developers seem to be getting a little bit more reliant on people who will generate this tutorial content for them. Now, there's two sides to that, right? Because I think I have definitely benefited from the fact that people looking for tutorial content, people looking for educational content, have actually come to the channel. So, like, I wrote a guide for Dungeon of the Endless in the Steam community guides. And that clearly was a bit of a driver towards, the YouTube channel that the videos were hosted on. And I know a couple of people went to this Twitch channel as a result of that. So I benefit in that sense. But the other way of looking at this is, shouldn't Amplitude be paying me for creating tutorials for their games? No, I personally, I don't think they need to pay me for something like that. Like, in the end, I have the option of saying, is like, well, I'd be interested in doing tutorials for you guys, but you need to pay me first. That is the proper way of doing something like that. And they'd probably say no, which is their business. But I do think developers are starting to sort of take advantage of the fact that people are willingly generating content for free. I'm not entirely sure that's the most respectful way to treat your community. Another example would be, the fact that Paradox has these flagship titles in Europa Universalis 4 and Crusader Kings 2, which is not to, leave aside Victoria 2 and Hearts of Iron, which are interesting games in their own right, but it sort of seems to me like the two big standout titles from their studio are EU4 and CK2. Now, you look at 2K and Firaxis, and they do something like say, hey, you know what, here's Civilization Beyond Earth, and have the soundtrack for free. Some people charge for soundtracks. We're going to give that to you because, this is a nice gesture on our part or whatever. And then you turn around and you'll see Paradox, which is already nickel and diming you for just about every piece of DLC that they can. And then they say, it's like, hey, you own CK2 and EU4, two of our biggest titles. You want to play between the two of them? Well, you can buy a converter between these two games for $10. I'm like, a lot of developers would kind of give you something like that for free as a thank you for spending $120 on their games. But I mean, again, pricing is definitely, like, I'm never going to say that pricing is anything but the firm's decision. Like, in the end, it just kind of comes down to looking at the way that certain developers behave and what I think are ones that sort of acknowledge the behavior and the priorities of the community relative to other developers. And I mean, in the end, obviously my interests are to get as much stuff as I can for as low of a cost as I can. So I need to appreciate that some of these things aren't always, these aren't necessarily feasible for a business. But in the end, I definitely think that Paradox sort of seems to be a little bit more on the less customer-friendly end of the spectrum. But they make good games, right? So I'm going to keep playing them. That's the thing that matters in the end. There's a talented town crier in Westmoreland who seems able to capture the attention of peasant rabble in an instant with his commanding voice. You've studied his methods and the pitch of his voice closely, and you expect to do better the next time that you have to address a large crowd of people. Hear ye, hear ye. Gain 1 diplomacy. And I have regained my diplomacy ambition, I believe. Yeah, no more valid ambitions, so... We're also starting to look a little old, so we need to sort of claim as many of these CBs as we can quickly. Also, I probably shouldn't be ignoring my troops in Hungary. Apparently, I've completely taken leave of my geographic senses, so... 4 and 4. Yeah, so there's 4 holdings. I can sort of keep them around for a little while. 8,000 of the Pope's troops. Closest enemy is 5,000, and they sort of look like they're in disarray, so I can sort of safely ignore these stacks for a while. I will come back to check them out. Like, I can't completely ignore them, but I think it's safe to say I'm not going to run into too many problems. These guys will be a little bit more difficult, but I have almost twice as many troops as them, so as long as I don't do anything too reckless, I should have a good time. The minor DLCs are usually made by forum members. Oh, interesting. Paradox can then grab and add some minor feature and charge $10, but their games are such niche that people who love them are going to fix that for free. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is the big thing, Elm. Like, it's... I always need to... Like, I can complain about the fact that I think Amplitude... Like, the best example I can take of something that I have created content for a developer for would be Amplitude, who I think makes wonderful games and absolutely terrible tutorials. Now, I don't have any reason to believe that Amplitude is directly taking advantage of individual content creators, but it's fairly clear that, you know, my guide did relatively well precisely because people felt that there was a need to explain that game better. So in that particular case, I can say this is a defect of the way that they're operating that I would prefer to see done differently. But in the end, I haven't necessarily given them any incentive to behave any differently simply because I produced these guides. And in the end, like, I think, to me, one of the big things about gaming is to be able to share that experience with people. Now, that may mean sharing it with people who are potentially interested in a game but find it a little bit too challenging to enter in on their own, or it could mean something like I'm doing right now, which is to play the game with people who are like-minded and enjoy it as well. But finding, you know, I never really like business practices which tend to involve sort of relying on people working for free to, and then, you know, turning around and making a profit off of that. It's one of those things where I say, it's like, I will buy the game at the cheapest price that I can, and I will definitely encourage people to do the same because, you know, I look at so many Kickstarter developers that are doing legitimately good stuff. Like, so for example, Harebrained Schemes with Shadowrun Hong Kong. You know, I thought Dragonfall was an amazing game. I thought they blew away Shadowrun Returns. They did everything better with that. And Harebrained Schemes has really shown that they are very focused on the community. So they said anybody who bought the Dragonfall DLC, even though we feel like we've added a lot of substance to this director's cut, anybody who bought the DLC gets the director's cut automatically for free. That is a group that knows that their game existed because of a community that supported them through Kickstarter, and they continued, even though that the Dragonfall wasn't Kickstarted. In the end, they were so community focused that they felt like giving that to the community for the people that kind of supported the DLC in the first place. So I'm very happy to pay full price for things like that from Harebrained Schemes, because in the end, I know that is reciprocated by them doing things that are very pro-consumer. Whereas Paradox, again, my experience with them have usually been frustration. So in those situations, I'm a little bit more willing to say, it's like, yeah, you know what, I'll just wait until Way of Life is on a 75% discount before picking it up. Because in the end, I enjoy the game in its current form enough that it's not a big deal to me that I don't get Way of Life. Why am I invading Hungary? It's because the Pope told me to, Raging 10-year-old. And I'm invading Mali just because, well, the House of Rose doesn't ever have enough land. Living space for the master race, if you will. And you took Morocco in your Britannia game, but not Hungary. Yeah, I'm not actually going to take Hungary. I'm taking Hungary for the Pope. Yeah, I'm. There's no doubt to me that Paradox knows what they're doing. The burghers of Lancaster demand that the city laws be set higher than canonical laws, but the bishops protest, declaring that the law of the church should supersede the law of the city. Okay, so, again, I always want to make sure that I don't anger my bishops enough that they stop paying me money. So, who is this? Byrth North. He already likes the Pope too much, so I will agree with the burghers. And I don't really have any good candidates for bishop. Look at that beard. What a manly pope. Superior Blaze. Oh, you just missed me complaining about Paradox. We are currently engaged in a holy war with Hungary. We are invading Mali because the House of Rose has completely insatiable desires for territory. Currently appointing new bishops. And I can't remember if I don't think I saw any notes saying that my Spymaster dealt with the faction, but let's just see. It was the Duke of Wessex who we were working on, so let's see if he's supporting any factions. Yeah, it looks like Lower Crown Authority is still alive and well in England, so I should go Cathar. Let's take a look at the Catholic influence in the world. I think I'm going to play it on the winning team, if you don't mind. If I'm going to do any conversion, I think I'm going to become a Sunni. So, basically what we're going to do here is with our 9,000 troops, we're just going to go marching all over Mali. And then here we're mostly just trying to take the territories that are owned by the King of Hungary right now to shorten the time of the crusade. I don't think there's any hope of me... Yeah, I'm basically a permanent second on this, unless I can somehow get 42% more war contribution while completely ignoring the Teutonic Order that actually has a base close to Hungary. I'm basically going to be second fiddle. So, in this case, I'll just keep them in the region, but I don't expect anything magical to happen, really. I mean, most of my troops honestly could perish in that, and I wouldn't care too much unless I go to war with the Mahometans. I guess probably I should take my full strength against the 5,000 troops. One of the reasons for going against Mali as well, again, the primary reason I didn't go after the Umayyads was just because it looks like they resolved their civil war, actually. A bit of a shame that we didn't get to see them broken up. But when another motivation... Oh, hang on. It's not the Umayyads anymore, so maybe the revolt worked and it just replaced the leader. In any case, one of the hopes here is that from Mali we will have a little bit of a stronger base from which we can sort of attack the remainder of the Umayyad Empire, whatever it's turned into now. So in addition to having the advantage of letting a revolution sort of play itself out and weaken their armies, we're going to have a few different areas from which we can attack them, whereas before we were sort of funneled through this top area. What you do is stack levies by archer retinues and just assault everything. Oh, cool. Yeah, I will say, like, this is definitely a little bit more of a in-character style playthrough. Like, there's probably... why am I losing? I was really worried what was happening in that center there. It's definitely a suboptimal playthrough in terms of how where the strategy is working. Like, a perfect example here is my capital is Westmoreland, right? Now, I can only hold 2 duchies, but I've got... Well, generally, in terms of my domain size, with most of my rulers, I can actually afford to have a larger domain. So obviously it would make sense to, go to Essex or something like that. There's definitely a few... There's a few different places where I could... I guess technically Middlesex is the better place to go. It does have London. But, there's definitely lots of different fixes that I could do to my empire to sort of have an optimal strategy. But part of this is a bit of an informal playthrough to just play this odd sexist family of the House of Rose. But I like the fact that there's a few more CK2 veterans coming into the channel now, because I'm learning a couple of strategies that'll be good for when I start doing these like attempts at achievements and just generally playing some slightly harder games. Like basically once I founded the Empire of Britannia, the game was effectively trivial. Like there was really no point where I would like, the question was how much territory would I get by the end game, rather than, oh geez, is my bloodline gonna die out in this playthrough or something like that. So I seem to have been duped. Alright, well, I'll kill these 500 troops here and then I'll move over to the rest of Mali. Worst thing about Mali and Ethiopia is that armies from there are marching like a year before you can boat them. And I'm really taking the territories because they're available, and probably more so for prestige than anything. I got some mail. Faction disbanded, and another faction disbanded, but not the one that my spy master's working on. Ewok Fuzzy Nuts, how is it going, my friend? Lots of familiar faces coming here as well. It's Ewok Fuzzy Nuts is a member of Seriously Clara's team, Team Panda. Again, we've talked about that logo that I have up at the top of my screen. Well, that title I have up at the top of my screen. Please... Oh, the cast is going very well, Ewok. We've got a few new faces in here. We're enjoying Crusader Kings 2. I believe Ewok has been playing Civilization 5 recently. So, try Mongols if I like marching. I like invading. But yeah, Ewok Fuzzy Nuts is a member of Team Panda, very good caster. When I first saw him, he was playing Minecraft. Like I said, I think he's been doing a Civilization 5 playthrough recently. So if you'd like Ewok, feel free to drop your link inside of chat. We've got a few, not just new faces in here, but actually some people who do some streaming themselves. So I'm sure they would like to see what's on offer on your channel. Ewok was also kind enough to share with me what I thought was a really interesting game concept, which I hope, especially with tools such as Unity or the new Unreal Engine going free, I hope he feels that he'll get a chance to sort of prototype and turn into a reality, because it's a game that I would be interested in playing for sure. Bit confused. What is a streaming team? Just a community of streamers or something more? So a streaming team is generated by a partnered streamer. So Seriously Clara is a streamer that you can actually subscribe to in addition to following. If you are a Twitch partnered streamer, you can form a team. And in many ways, it is a community. Each individual team sort of has its own goals. What Clara did was to try and create a team of sort of mutual support between people who were active inside of her own community. So basically, some stream teams will be a little bit more oriented towards getting the highest number of views or something like that. But generally, it's a group that has some continuity between them. I wouldn't necessarily Team Panda has any continuity as far as games that are played, but just generally tend to be people who have been active inside of Clara's community, tend to get along and sort of mutually support each other. They do accept applications. It tends to be ones, again, the biggest thing here is that generally people know each other to begin with, so I can say that there's a lot of applicants that come in that haven't really been active inside of Clara's channel. And in those cases, they're declined not necessarily for any defects in their cast, but just simply because I'm not entirely sure the team would actually give them what they're looking for. I have a great benefit from having people like Ewok Fuzzy Nuts who actually come into the channel and are members of Clara's team. So in that sense, I get more viewers through that. But I think the biggest benefit from being a member of Team Panda has actually been to have people who I sort of regularly talk with in terms of streaming stuff. So the best thing I can say is that in the end, a team is in the end a community of streamers that get along. But if you actually click on that Team Panda link, you will actually see the list of people who are a member of the team, and there'll be like a player sort of showing. I don't quite know how they rank it, if it's like by number of views or something like that, but basically it's a way that you can sort of promote each other and find new streams. So I like the idea myself, and certainly I was very happy to be a member of Clara's team, because I'm now a mod for her as well. True DIY logo. Yeah. I have absolutely no graphic design experience, so I'm very happy to put that lack of ability on display with my tablet. Kappa is an extremely familiar face to me. I really need to disable these notifications. You know what? I think, what do we do here? That'll probably fix it. Alright, my liege, I implore you to send me to another province. The nitwits in Westmoreland have already cost me an arm. I don't want to lose any more limbs just because they don't know the back from the front of an arrow. How can I wage war with these peasants? Do I really have him training troops? I thought he was researching military technology. He is. Some deadly technology he's working on. Alright, well, my marshal just got maimed, I think. Yep. But... And he's craven. And shy. And cruel. Clearly all of the things that I want to have in a... I want to have in a marshal. Alright, I'm getting a little sidetracked, but let's punch Molly and be over with it. Actually, on the point of logos, I think the channel logo isn't anything special, but my Russian friend, who is not a gamer at all, but she was fascinated with the idea of Twitch when she found out about it. We were kind of going over the channel, and she saw my offline message, which I actually think I think that looks far worse than the logo. But she loved it. She's like, it's beautifully and elegant, I think was the term that she used, or something like that. But so if there's one piece of art I should be proud of, it's apparently my away sign. Alright, so apparently my marshal isn't interested in training after losing a limb. So we'll get some old blood, apparently, to go and train these chuckleheads. What culture am I? I believe I'm Anglo-Saxon. Yes. And actually, the culture's been fairly good at spreading. Where is it? So it's, in the top corner. I mean, we've held this for a long time, so it's maybe not so surprising that Anglo-Saxon has spread. But even if you look, pretty much all of England with a couple, all of the UK has pretty much become Anglo-Saxon with the exception of, where was it? Glamorgan, Argyll, and Gowrie. I think maybe we've also got Norwegian culture here. But it's spread faster than I thought it would. We've even got some Anglo-Saxon in some more recently conquered territories as well. Yeah, definitely not English. We started in Westmoreland, so... And on that note, I know I've been dragging out this conflict for a little while, but it has been an hour, so I am going to try and be a little bit more strict on my breaks just because there've been a couple of playthroughs where I wind up going 4 or 5 hours and didn't actually have a break. So I'm just going to pause the game for a little bit. I'm going to put up the sign. Thank you, everybody, for showing up. We've had some fairly robust and consistent numbers throughout this broadcast, so it's great that you guys are enjoying the show long enough to have dropped the follows but also stay. It means a ton to me. I'll give you a slightly more broad map of the world. What's an interesting piece of information that we can share? Oh, you know what? Let's do this should be dynasty. Yeah, you can take a look at the dynasty map. So I'm going to take about 3 minutes just for a break. I'm going to refill my water, get up and stretch. I encourage you guys to do the same. Please take care of yourselves. And we will be back to finish the conquest of Mali, hopefully finish off the crusade for Hungary, and we will see what we can do about these curvy sword fellows to the east of us. But we will save that for the next part of the stream. See you guys in a couple minutes. All right. Hello again, chat. Oh, that's really interesting, 10-year-old. I didn't actually know that there were any sort of cultural events like that. Now, with regards to the religion thing, I've always been really cautious about something like that because, I mean, right now we've done a fairly good job of converting these provinces over. The biggest one for me is that I'm perpetually terrified because the majority of my forces are on this island. I'm always terrified of uprisings coming up as a result of religious differences, simply because it's so costly for me to actually go and deal with them. So I've always kind of said even if there is an ability to switch over the culture, I've always thought the ability to sort of squash a rebellion before it happens outweighs the shift in culture. I think Elm's point is, I suspect you're talking about the French Revolution, but let's take a quick look here and see what they... Pfft, look at this King Bishop Lowborn nonsense. But yeah, this is history as, you know, described from a student who only read the inside cover of their textbook. I do have retinues. Yeah, that's we've been using our retinues basically to run all over West Africa. Actually, I'm also sitting on a lot of money, so let's just take a minute here. I think I'm still at sort of a technology cap, but let's just take a look and see what I can do to my castles. In this case, I'm only looking for things that will improve my tax revenue right now. I can get a new castle town. I might consider stuff like training grounds because of the morale. But in this case, I'm not going to do anything that doesn't have a direct financial improvement. Sorry, I should say financial or technological, so I still have a couple of universities that I can build in places. Should actually be careful about building things like courts, because I think I'm going to run out of money relatively quickly. And the House of Rose is not that big on the rule of law. In any game where you're really strong, you just get retinues most of the time. Yeah, I mean, my only real concern is actually when I go up against a fairly large Muslim dynasty. Because my retinue can usually handle any strong duke or, let's say, a weak king. The retinue's enough, but I am going to be basically anytime I start bordering the Abbasid Empire and it's probably 100,000 screaming Sunnis, well, almost 100,000 screaming Sunnis, I'm going to want to make sure that I have something a little bit more than my retinue. My retinue is strong, but it's not undefeatable, as I found out in the last playthrough. If I change my culture to English, you get longbow retinues, which are really good. So how do I change? I didn't think you could voluntarily change your culture. It's getting a little costly. My wealth is has gone from 2,000, but this is more so the spend money to make money approach. I also don't need to worry as much about the city upgrades just because there will be a mayor that does that for me. I'm willing to spend the money for the castle town. Okay, so we're poor, but we're going to have some fairly good improvements. Yeah, I can change my culture by educating heirs with people. Oh, that's right. And then I'm assuming because Anglo-Saxon is so widespread that I would need, basically, when the heir becomes, let's say, English or something like that, then I would sort of need to wait for the empire to convert over time, correct? What else was I looking for in England? Oh, right, I wanted to take a look at the factions that I was dealing with. So Lower Crown Authority is still alive and strong. I'm also going to want to deal with independence. Oh, whatever, I'll just stab them to death if they do anything. So I'll just take a quick look at Hungary to make sure that they're being productive. Yeah, I've still got two and two to conquer. And then with any luck, Mali will be mine in a little bit. It's nice that the retinue isn't so large that it gets punished by fighting in these desert areas. Some events that speed up the conversion of Anglo-Saxon to English for characters and provinces. Okay. That's good to know. I mean, the culture stuff, because there isn't like a readily available tutorial on it, I haven't put that much attention to, but the fact, I mean, you pointed out that there's longbow troops that I'm missing out on precisely because I'm the quote-unquote wrong culture. That's interesting to me. I didn't know that culture would actually have such a large strategic impact on the game. Obviously, it's going to change people's opinions of you, but... Oh, of course the Casus Belli becomes available at this point. Alright, I'll go for it. I need to... I mean, this guy's getting a little old, so I do need to be careful in terms of... in terms of taking that over relatively quickly, but I should be able to handle it. Yeah, I definitely can achieve that goal. Amassing wealth is what House Rose does. If I become English culture and Norse religion, you can become unstoppable, especially as a republic. I want to know who the first guy to... I mean, I guess you can sit down with pencil and paper and figure out what the advantages are, but there's a side of me that really wants to know the first playthrough and somebody figured that out. There's absolutely no historical precedent for that. I'm actually a little bit interested. There's a side of me that wants to try an Irish playthrough on the next one. A Jewish playthrough would be kind of neat too. It'd be neat to create the Kingdom of Israel. This ambition is fantastic when you're a huge empire. Like, you gain 1 stewardship for just getting 500 gold. I mean, in this case, I'm making 12 gold a month. And that's in the middle of a war, so I basically just sit on my hands for a few months, and all of a sudden I get my, I get 1 extra stewardship for free. Now it's not worth for any buildings like Castletown. Yeah, it's... I will agree with... on most points I agree with you, Elm, but the one thing... I mean, I was going to try and keep this to myself, but one thing I'd actually be interested in doing... Or maybe somebody can correct me on this, but one of the things I'm actually interested in doing is continuing the saga of the House of Rose in Europa Universalis 4. I won't do it right away, but I'm not sure if any of the improvements that you make in your territories carry over into EU4. If they don't, then I wouldn't put I won't put any more money into those buildings. But I wasn't sure if there was any advantage in terms of these upgrades as far as the rest of the the next game would be concerned. Oh, you know what? I completely forgot to do hostages from the last war that I fought. That's fine, because this will be over in a couple minutes. That's ridiculous, 10-year-old. I mean, it makes total sense, but that's absolutely ridiculous to hear. I mean, in the end, like, the biggest one that I would say is that if I thought I had a credible way of generating my CBs to a point where the Doom stack would be effective, I'd probably do that. But I mean, right now, I'm sort of deliberately wasting troops in Hungary precisely because I've got more troops than I know what to do with. So I don't really... I've not quite felt the need to hire mercenaries until maybe I start going after the Abbasid Empire. But even then, I've got 2 Muslim empires in between me and the Abbasids that I need to deal with already. English Norse Republic in Sri Lanka. And here I am, just sitting here saying, it's like, I wonder what happens if I play Westmoreland. I wonder if I can make an empire. How far we have come. Alright. My liege, blessings upon you and your house. I have discovered a plot where Duke Swithelm of Gwynedd seeks to fabricate a claim on the Duchy of Cornwall. He can try. Here I'm not quite sure if I want to take out the... I mean, 1,000 troops would probably give me the war score that I need. Where are they headed, though? Oh, I'll just wait till they try to retake the territory. Well, looks like they gave up, which is precisely why I didn't move these troops. Raiding all of India? Yeah. You're just gathering CBs for some time and then go to war, 10 wars all at once. Yeah, that makes sense. I think the YouTube record will probably show that I have a habit of making remarkably boneheaded maneuvers during wars. So I have a feeling that if I do too many doom stacks, I'm just going to wind up condemning my empire to an untimely death. I actually got Rajas of India halfway through this playthrough, so India is another thing I should actually try. It's too much to do. This is actually one thing that I love about Crusader Kings 2, and it's one thing that I was going to try and do some... I mean, I'll still try and do some tutorial material, but it occurred to me that it's not an easy prospect simply because, you know, the first thing that you need to say is like, okay, well, what version of the game do I want to do a tutorial for? Because every piece of DLC that gets released adds a meaningful change to the game, and the screens are not going to be the same. But I mean, there's a way you can get over that, right? Maybe you just do a tutorial for the base game, and then you do a separate tutorial adding on each layer of the DLC and then talking about the differences from that. But then the next thing you say, it's like, okay, well, I can make a tutorial based around, let's say, a traditional Western group, but what does that have to say to somebody who really wants to play a caliphate or something like that? Isn't this kind of raiding much too time-consuming? Yeah, I think this is definitely the biggest complaint that I've had with the way I've been conducting war has been taking too much time. Or unless you're talking about the India strategy. At that point, I've never been close enough to India to test it. Attacked in Nitra. Oh, well, that's what I get for not paying attention. Maybe we can stay with these guys still. It means I have to give up the siege, but probably better to save my countrymen. Nope, too late. That's fine, we'll just reincorporate them into the main group. That was really stupid of me not to pay attention. Yee! I probably should have just disbanded them, actually. That was a pretty stupid mistake on my part. I believe it ends in 1453. I'm sure somebody will probably be able to correct me on that, but it seems roughly correct. But we're looking at about maybe 80 years of gameplay, if that. So, in this case, they're moving where I want them to, so I would have disbanded them otherwise. But overall, a fairly significant blunder on my part. But these are, again, these are all fairly disposable troops as far as the Crusade is concerned. I actually wanted, what I stupidly did, I was doing this so I could get the Crusader trait for my ruler, but I also completely forgot to actually put him in the army. So this whole adventure has been more or less for nothing. I should probably distribute those titles. Is it after the beginning of EU4? I thought EU4 began a little bit after that. Oh, 1444? Okay, then yeah, it is a little bit after the beginning of EU4. It's kind of funny that they don't align as well. Alright, I guess there's really no point in me just creating all these new... I mean, this is going to happen when I give the territories over anyway. But I usually just create these titles on their own. I guess it's so I can try and get people who are a little bit more loyal to me before handing off the titles, but I don't know if that actually accomplishes what I'm looking for. All right. So I guess I need to find a family member to give this to. It would be interesting in deciding to play the 9 years in which game. I agree. I think probably CK2, unless there was some like disadvantage from going from the converted version. Most of the time, I think CK2 is a little bit more friendly towards accomplishing things. And that's probably just because of the focus on the individual level. So all the quote-unquote role-playing elements probably does a little bit more. But that's a pure guess on my part. I can't actually say... I can't say that with any certainty. I'm looking at all of these names and just shaking my head. Okay, so Ildwine is going to inherit the Dutch... Again, this is just trying to keep weaker vassals. So Ildwine is going to inherit the duchy, so I'll just give it to his brother. And we're back to a shape that we're happy with. First thing I'm going to do is send an assassin after this guy so I can declare war on the remaining pocket. And I think I've kind of held off provoking my Muslim neighbors. Why can't I declare war? Oh, right, because I've got my army levies for the crusade, so we'll hold off on provoking my Muslim neighbors for a little while longer. 1453 is the date where the Turks conquered Constantinople, which is considered the end of the medieval... Yeah, that's perfectly... How dare you people bring your logic and your reason to this conversation? 15-year space between EU4 and Victoria 2. By the way, the one thing I am hoping that they do when Victoria 3 comes out is that they do finally allow for conversion between EU4 and Victoria 3, because they'll obviously share the same engine. And then, of course, the final logical step to that will be Hearts of Iron 4, which is going to be the next title that gets released. My hope would be that they... I'm just doing this so I can appoint... Come on. I'm just doing this so I can appoint my ruler and gain that sweet, sweet Crusader benefit. At least I thought I would get the Crusader benefit. Maybe he'll just die in battle. But yeah, so my hope is that they would finally allow conversion between EU4 and Victoria 3, and then Victoria 3 to Hearts of Iron 4. So you could, in principle, play from like 767, is it when it starts? Anyways, the earliest date in the Charlemagne expansion, basically all the way to the end of World War II. I think that'd be a magnificent way of playing the Grand Strategy titles. All this effort to go on Crusade, and I don't actually get the benefit. Finally, my Spy Master actually does their job. And more Infidel Uprising. Oh, wow. That's a lot of them, so... Looks like they are coming to hurt me, so I'm going to run through Mali. Yeah, I'm going to run through Mali and move up. Again, hopefully they just wind up starving before they can actually cause any damage. Again, in principle, I can raise levies to deal with them, but I have a feeling this is going to be something that sorts itself out if I am patient. What else was I going to do? Oh yes, factions have dealt with, so... Well, the biggest one. So let's deal with independence now. Let's take a quick peek at religion. Looks like we still got a Sunni population. And we really only have one more West African region to take out. That would be OP, just invade the whole... Yeah, I mean... With a sufficiently large start in CK2, if you haven't taken over the world in EU4, then it's near certain that you would have that done by Victoria 2. But still, there is something really wonderful about this idea of just running through an enormous playthrough like that. You could smash Western Europe by the end of CK2, colonize the Americas in EU4, industrialize quickly in Victoria 2, and then finish Asia in Hearts of Iron 3 and 4. Exactly. Now, of course, the interesting extension to that would be if you were to play it as a multiplayer game in each of those situations, where you have equally capable and equally strong human players keeping you in check at each point. But then that assumes that you've got these people who are insane enough to actually stay with you for 4 games that take untold tens of hours to complete a complete playthrough of. So we'll see whether or not... I mean, somewhere in the world that is bound to happen if that were to be enabled, but it's a fairly tall order to ask somebody to actually do something like that. One thing I regret about my Hungarian Crusade, one of the reasons I'm sort of ignoring it, is there's really no good way for me to get rid of those troops. So I'm just hoping the Crusade ends relatively quickly now, seeing as I'm not going to get my Crusader title. Here I'm just letting these troops starve out before I use my retinue to take them on, and then I will attack my good Muslim neighbors. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's... I mean, one thing that I think would be really fun, and I do have the advantage of being on campus, if I were to find people who are interested in the Grand Strategy titles, it would be really neat to do a game, like to do a, let's just say for the sake of argument, a Crusader Kings 2 playthrough, where people, again, people are at roughly the same level as far as like their status. And basically what everybody does is, you don't necessarily have to be like in person, so it's not like direct role playing, but basically the negotiations that happen in the game happen in private rooms or something like that. It's a game that's played on a LAN, and any scheming or that is actually done directly with people, so that it's not just a game mechanic anymore that's determining diplomacy, but it's actually your plan with somebody. I will let you vassal, I'll become your vassal if you give me this, or something along those lines. So that I think is a little bit more feasible. But I mean, the gaming groups that I am associated with at my university are more esports oriented. So, I could definitely find people for a game of Hearthstone. I could definitely find people for a game of League or Dota 2. But perhaps a little more doubtful that I would find somebody for a game of Crusader Kings 2. In your Venice game, you had 30k, but barely got over 12k. Yeah, I really like republics in this game. One of my favorite things about playing a republic is just this idea. I mean, I'm sure there's a wonderful political economy paper to be written in the way that people play republics in Crusader Kings 2, but just this idea of extracting as much wealth as you can out of a region so that you can improve your mansion and your standing it just tickles me in all the right places. I absolutely love that idea of playing a republic in CK2. So, you got about half of the Holy Roman Empire. Yeah, I'll admit, kind of in the closing of these games, definitely the strategy's gotten a little bit muddled, and so I've kind of got this nice long slice of Western Europe, but I have a feeling if I was a little bit more conscious in terms of the consequences of certain crusades and that, I probably would have been a little bit faster in the conquest of Spain, and so we could have got on to a few more interesting things, but that's fine. I'm reasonably happy with how this playthrough went through. I think the only achievement that we could theoretically get that we haven't yet is the piety one. But I also don't want to put too much too many resources into the piety. CK2 is a niche game. You can't expect to find a lot of people interested in it, but a lot of those who love it are quite interesting, you would say. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's like wearing a t-shirt for an obscure band at a party. You're going to run into people who know what that means. It's just kind of a little flag to put up for those in the know. So, Fingers of St. John the Baptist. Discount price for boxes of 10. A bishop brings your attention to false relics that are being sold at the market at great profits. They do, of course, generate a lot of commerce and taxes, but still, it's rather immoral and blasphemous. Get in on the business. And I have an opportunity to improve my diplomacy again, because cynicism apparently isn't cool. And yet most of my a fair number of my bishops are still giving me taxes, so screw them. I guess we should probably deal with this uprising. Looks like my siege is getting absolutely pummeled. Yeah, 10-year-old, I'm not a complete idiot. I like to think that the House Rose is about as craven and opportunistic as I am in real life. Alright, so... we've destroyed the rebel scum. What the hell is happening in Hungary? Well, our 20,000 troops are now to about a tenth of their strength. As long as we can keep... oh, the burghers, the clergy, the barons all claim rights to the spoils from shipwrecks that capsize outside of Lancaster. The rights to the spoils will be given to the church, the commoners, the crown. Well, we know the answer to that one. So my big question here is whether or not it's worth it to keep sieging in the... successful... well, that answers that question. The Catholic Crusade for Bavaria has ended. Pope Sinius IV has won. God has granted Emperor... whoa! Alright, so I have no idea that this crusade was for me, but he has granted Emperor Berthnorth of Britannia victory in the Crusade for Bavaria against King Imre of Hungary. Pope Sicinius IV has called for a month of celebration across the whole Christian world. Praise God! So apparently I just got a whole bunch of territory. So let's create the Duchy of Austria. The Duchy of Tyrol. I hope I have enough family members to distribute these. I apparently can't usurp Bavaria. Oh, because they're at war. Can usurp Katerina. Apparently now I can usurp Bavaria. I'm not quite sure what changed. Oh, that's bad. They're probably Gavelkind. Wow, that's a lot of holdings I gotta get rid of. You know what, I think I'm just gonna give them away. Yeah, honestly, it would. Well, I guess I can appoint a viceroy. I guess that doesn't really fix it, though. All right, what are we looking at here? I really should have looked at that before I... Oh, it's seniority. Well, that's cool, because I can just destroy the title. Problem solved. And I need some money before I can create it again, but I think if I create it, then I will be... If I create it, then I will be... It should follow the laws that I want. How did Tengri Hungarians even get Bavaria? They usually convert or get crusaded before 1000 without getting Bavaria. I think the Tengri started quite late. And this is definitely a very unusual playthrough. Why destroy it? So I didn't need to worry about the succession difficulties. It just seems to be the fastest way that I can implement the laws that I want in that region. So I'll just set it up. I'll basically set it up the way that I want, then I'll recreate the title again. Yeah, there never was an HRE. I mean, for crying out loud, the Byzantine Empire only recently just lost some of its holdings in this area. Well, now I'm really happy that I went on that crusade. Save for the, you know, the titles and madness that I need to do here. You know, the Byzantines have actually done a fairly good job. I don't think I've ever seen them sort of move up north like that before. Certainly the Abbasids did a fairly good job of taking a fairly good bite of them at the start of the game, but they've definitely been holding their own, which is good because when I finally do start moving east, hopefully before the end of this playthrough, they should be a good ally. Again, I just need to be careful about how I handle the territory that they have in Spain that I want. Also, eventually I do need to use my CB in Navarra. Right, so let's find some family members to give these titles to. Edwig Boobmaster's son. The son of Boobmaster. Thanks, chat. Oh god, I don't even know what to give over anymore. Katerina? You've never seen them get destroyed. The only time they lost land was when the Teutonic Order got the Athens Duchy. God, I don't even know how to distribute these titles anymore. So again, I'm hesitant to give anything to Ealdwide because he's going to already inherit the duchy. I think all my sons are accounted for. I only have one son. And he only has one son. Okay. I think I'm just gonna have to do this the boring way and sort of go branch by branch. A lot of dead people. Mind you, I guess we are going fairly deep into the family tree, so. Okay, so it looks like Seward's gonna die childless, but at least we can give him something and then sort of kick the can of succession down the road. I think Tyrol would be appropriate. You know what? I can't even see what I'm giving him. Magyars have thousands of event troops at the start of the Old Gods, and they get way more when they form Hungary. But you thought they'd have all died by now. A lot of the Old God stuff I was actually still learning the game, so I wasn't paying too much attention to what was going on Of course, one might argue I'm still learning the game now, but... Okay, looks like this is a particularly accident-prone branch of the family, but I'm going to take a chance to grant some titles there. Okay, this doesn't make any sense to me then. So I've accounted for all the duchies, but I'm still holding too many... I seem to be holding too many titles. Oh god. Alright, how do I even start to manage that? Well, I get a little bit of grace as far as holding too many titles because I'm at the end of a war. So I think I'm just gonna wait till I get enough money to seize and usurp some titles, and then I'll worry about the rest of the distribution later. Oh yeah, fair enough. I know the pop-up you're talking about. I guess I didn't appreciate its implications until now. 'Cause I'm dumb. I did include the lower titles with the duchies, but it seems like there's a couple of... So I suspect what's happening here is that the remaining 6... or I guess it's 7 titles. Well, 7 titles seems like a lot. But basically, the Duchy of Bavaria... I suspect it's the fact I don't have the Duchy of Bavaria is what's keeping me from fully bringing them over. But I definitely included lower titles for the ones that I gave over. I'm not too worried about it, though. It should be something that more or less solves itself in the next couple of turns. How is he doing in this war? 10% in favor of Ered's host, so I might be waiting a while to take Bavaria from this guy. And I've got a break coming up in about 5 minutes, so I'm not going to start any new wars until after the break, but let's see if there's anything else we can do about giving over these titles. So I've got Nuremberg, Kempten. I'm almost certain everything I look at that's inside Bavaria is going to be... Yep. So as soon as I take Bavaria... Well, okay, this is silly. Why don't I just hand over the titles that I need for... Okay, so I'm first of all curious. I create the Kingdom of Bavaria, which gives me what laws? Exactly what I want. So I just need to remember who I give the... I basically just need to remember who I give all these counties to, and I can hand over the duchy when that war is done. thought that was a man. Let's give it to him. I mean, I guess I could give it to... No, wait, because he's going to inherit from him, so... I'll give it to the youngest son and then move my way up. So now... See, now I have the pain of actually remembering what all these counties are called. So we'll start with Nuremberg. Right, I think... Okay, it's just these two. I mean, he's probably just going to wind up handing all of those over to somebody else anyway, but... That's probably going to happen no matter what I do, so at least I get them off my hands. I thought I saw Israel there. I'm like, when did I get Israel? Okay, so we are back to what we wanted, at least as far as our holdings are concerned. This is a little bit of a pain. So effectively what's happened here is I've got something like Bourgogne or my Scandinavian holdings, which are, you know, just these things I'm going to have to wind up defending at some point. Which I'm not crazy about, but I mean, I guess if I lose them, that's not a big deal. It is going to be increasing the prestige of my house and myself for owning these titles, so that's a nice bonus. And I mean, in the end, I guess I can focus on conquest to maybe try and unite some of these territories when I grow tired of my adventures in Africa. But, I mean, we still have Mali, we still have Agadir? I'm terrible at pronunciation. But we've got a few things that we can keep ourselves occupied with. Conveniently, there is a new ruler, so some fresh blood that we can declare war on. Question is, do I take Fez or do I take Timbuktu? I think what I'm actually going to do, because my retinue is in this area anyway, I'm going to go for Timbuktu and then to Fez. The main reason here is just there's already conflict going on, so that's where the forces are going to be concentrated. So some fairly easy wins here, and then it's just going to put my troops where I want them to be anyway. So we'll declare war, but we'll actually conduct this war when we come back from what will probably be our last break tonight. So again, thank you, everybody. Oh, sorry, let me just take a look what we've got here. Do I have any republics as vassals? I don't believe I do have any republics as vassals. If there's if I grant duchies and kingdoms to mayors with counties, then you can get vassal republics. I did not know that. But so far as I can tell, I do not have any republic vassals. And with that in mind, I am going to take about 3 minutes for... Again, no promises on my last break, because obviously if I go longer... Yeah, I know republics generate a ridiculous amount of cash, so if there's a cheap way that I can turn them into republics, that's a good trick to know. I've so far been keeping everything in the bloodline because I really like seeing this number go up. I think this was like 7,000 or 6,000 when our dear friend Brithnorth the Great took office, took the kingdom. So I've been hesitant not to give anything over to people who aren't a member of the bloodline, but obviously money is a fairly major factor in the game. Alright. Reaper Style. I don't think I've seen you before, or we'll seen you in chat before this. Thanks for stopping by. I am going to take my break, guys, so I am just going to put up the sign. Again, I only ask about 3 minutes of your time, and we'll be back to continue our misadventures inside of Africa after this short break. See you guys in a couple minutes. All right, you magnificent folks. Thank you very much for bearing with me while I finish my break. Slightly different picture in terms of dynasties, although we still have these lowborns over in France. So yeah, the tip as far as getting republics is a really good one, especially if we'd used that at the beginning of the playthrough. You'll notice if we look at technology, I've been holding off on trade practices simply because if we take a look at our trade zones, even with the acquisition of Hungary, we still don't actually get any benefit from them. So if I had set myself up with a bunch of Republican vassals, we would be swimming in money. And I mean, 10-year-old has got a good point as far as levies are concerned. They're not that impressive, but then that's what our retinue is for. And as he points out, with our extra money, we can just simply build the kinds of infrastructure that allows us to have a stronger army overall. Yeah, I absolutely love republics. I haven't done a full Iron Man mode Republican game, but I think it'd be a fun one. I might do that now. I always keep talking about what I'm going to do next, but I haven't actually decided yet. But playing as a Republic is very high on that list. Our current priority, though, is hitting the people with the curved swords, who are sitting on 4,000 troops, so should be fairly easy to deal with. It's actually probably a mistake to let these troops run off on their own, so what I should do is I should move north, kill whatever units I can, and then head back. Hey Limmel, how's it going? Thanks for stopping by. It's better to play as republics with kingdom vassals than kingdoms with republic vassals. Is that just because the amount of income that you generate from being a republic with kingdom vassals is higher? The only thing I would be worried about is if there were revolt, like you can see how many factions I've generated with this playthrough, so I'd be a little bit worried of having strong kingdoms underneath me. Those West Africans and their revolts. I think I'll just let them starve themselves out again. I may need to raise some troops, but I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that after. I think I'll just raise the troops once they get down to about 7,000. And then I'll get them to clean up the rest of the rebellion. I did that with Venice as 20k levies from the Kingdom of Italy that you inherited. Yeah, I imagine it'd be really hard to inherit a kingdom. Although I guess the biggest one is that usually when you play a republic, you tend not to have the kinds of traits that make marriage into a kingdom that easy. Republics just don't ever have revolts. So, okay, sorry, I thought what you were saying was when you have, like, republics as vassals, they don't revolt. But what you're saying is when you play a republic, you just don't have revolts. Holy crap, they died fast. Okay, I guess I need to actually need to do some work now. I also don't know where all of these enemies are coming from. Like, I don't quite understand why Nevera is apparently upset with me. I mean, I'm going to attack them eventually, but I'm not entirely sure why there's a grudge between, or the Teutonic Order for that matter. Like, I'm not actually at war with any of these people, and they're not allies in either of these events. Let's see what they're... And they don't have a war going on. I don't know if this is a bug or what. Definitely makes it hard to move my troops, but we should be able to get over it. My only worry is that I haven't been able to raise troops in... I don't even know what I just lost there. My only worry is that I haven't been able to raise troops from regions that would be useful because of the quote-unquote enemy presence. Republics don't have factions... That's great. Yeah, I mean, I've been meaning to do a big Republic playthrough anyway, but I mean, what I normally... I feel like I'm not paying enough attention. Okay, Tangier. Oh god, really? That sucks. So maybe I will have to get the retinue to deal with the uprising. That's such a pain. But yeah, so the republics that I play, the last republic that I played basically wound up being created from like a really simple region. I don't even remember where I did it. But I guess the only decision I need to make is whether I want to like make a republic out of something else, or if I should just start playing a republic out of the gate and then and see what happens from there. A Norse-English republic, Jesus Christ. I wish I was paying more attention to what's happening in these. These are absolutely preventable losses. By the way, Limmel, I said hi, but I didn't ask you how your day was going. How are you doing? Assuming you're still in the channel. How is your soon-to-be weekend treating you? Alright, let's just take a minute and take a look at our factions. I don't think... Yeah, we still have independence to deal with. Elm, great to have you in the channel. It's wonderful to have somebody who has an appreciation of econometrics to hang out with, to keep me honest if I start talking nonsense. We will probably, as far as this playthrough's done, we'll probably wait until this guy dies and then we'll wrap it up, so you're probably not missing too much. But it was a pleasure having you in here. I hope to get to see you again. Have a great evening and whatever else you're going to be doing. Alright, so we still have our 10,000 troops. It's just, again, very discouraging to lose such easy fights. On the plus side, we will get a little bit of war score out of this, because this is the majority of... It looks like it's the majority of the troops for my current enemy. Republic trade plus Norse raiding with English troops that can assault forts. That's actually the one thing. It's funny that a lot of games that I play, the first thing I think of is, you know, how do I gain some kind of an advantage as far as mechanics are concerned? And Crusader Kings is the one game that I've never actually done that for. I guess it's probably because of the complexity when I was first learning the game that kept me from doing that. So like for a game like Dota 2, you know, once I learn the basics of the heroes, then I'm going to start thinking about, you know, what's the best build to, you know, to gain an advantage with and things like that. But when I played Crusader Kings 2, my experience has usually been as like, okay, now that I sort of know what, you know, starting with England is like, what's it like to play as a Muslim? What's it like to play as a Jew? And I've never put a lot of thought in terms of there's been a lot of stuff that I've gotten out of chat so far in terms of combinations of cultures and religions, which I didn't even appreciate would have mechanics like that. So, but then I think that's the appeal of streaming a game like this, that, you know, in addition to, you know, there's the part that I can give back, which is for people who would be interested in playing this game but are feeling like it's maybe a little too complex. You know, any basic educational content that I can make is a benefit. But on the flip side of that, I benefit quite a bit in terms of having more experienced players who are just looking for a Crusader Kings 2 stream to watch, sharing, you know, some of their best practices or some of their insights from the game. So again, one of the many reasons why it's particularly fun to play on Twitch. CK2 is easy for you to learn, but it took ages for you to fully understand. I think that's definitely a very fair assessment of pretty much. I think anybody would be able to say that as far as the as far as CK2 is concerned. I do notice that overall, Europa Universalis 4 seems to be a little more counterintuitive to me, just because there seems to be a lot of combat that I lose for reasons that I am not entirely clear on. Like, I have a numbers advantage, my technology is higher, and yet somewhere, you know, some miracle consistently happens that allows the AI to win. And that sort of prevented me from getting a little bit more in depth in that game than I would like. But, I mean, that's probably... I think also that's a little bit more of a reflection of the fact that I could get into Crusader Kings 2 a little bit easier. And so I've spent more time in CK2, and as a result, I think I've gotten better at it. Definitely left it pretty close in terms of wiping out this revolution, but no harm, no foul, I guess. See, I always say that I'm going to play till the death of a ruler like this, but I keep getting this beach ball, and I need to remind myself that turns are not as fast as they used to be, so this guy may still be alive when it comes time for bed. Everybody gets to see the hour now that the bar is up. Midnight is not particularly late for streaming, but there is the Summit 2 going on, and it would be nice to be able to catch the games, which are starting in the morning. So if I go too late, then either I'm going to have to give up on sleep in order to be able to report on the games in the Summit 2, or I will have to sort of give away a little bit on the Friday stream. We've had a pretty good run of it, though. I mean, normally 3 or 4 hours is a respectable chunk for a non full-time stream. U4 combat is easy enough for you. Just check terrain, morale, tech units, and discipline. Just fill your back row completely with cannons and 2 or 4 cavalry on the flanks. Yeah, see, I think one of the things that I've run into, I definitely do better when there is a document that actually explains how those mechanics work. Like, it's not... I don't think that's relevant to my ambitions in Bavaria. I definitely benefit when there is some document that's actually written that says that's the way that you should organize your military. The other thing that drives me a little crazy about EU4 is it doesn't appear that there's any way of telling how many troops your enemy has, and so I always feel like I'm taking my life in my hands whenever I declare war on somebody. But again, this is probably just that there's a number of mechanics which I haven't learned. And again, that kind of comes back to the the discussion earlier in terms of how, how developers sort of seem to be skimping a little bit on tutorials because there are like Let's Plays and stuff like that to let people know. You just search for everything on the internet. Yeah. I mean, one of the things I definitely like having a clear rule set that I can work with because I really enjoy finding a strategy on my own. The one thing I don't like a really good example of, and this is kind of stubbornness on my part, but, I am who I am. As infuriating as all the Dota 2 analogies must be getting, one thing I don't like doing about Dota 2 is reading guides and then just playing a character based on a guide, because at that point, I'm sort of playing somebody else's Dota 2. So there's definitely a side of me that really likes discovering strategy on its own and not just relying on somebody saying, it's like, okay, well, this is the way that you can easily conquer. I noticed that there's some Europa Universalis guides that say it's like, okay, if you're starting as Castile, here's how you win as Castile. And I'm like, well, I can watch a replay that employs that strategy. And I definitely like learning a little bit more about the components and being able to make some decisions on my own rather than, just a straight out, here's the way that you win the game. Because, I mean, again, I'm not crazy about just having a recipe for victory. But I think probably EU4 is probably going to be the next grand strategy title that I spend some time in terms of learning. But I now that I have Hearts of Iron 3 and Victoria 2, I'll probably just do it in chronological order. So I'll learn EU4 first, and then I'll switch to Victoria. Because Victoria definitely, especially in terms of just time period, some of the ideas behind the game, Victoria really seems to be the sort of game that appeals to my sensibilities. And then I'll probably cap everything off with Hearts of Iron, and then we'll just see whether or not 3 or 4 is the one that's out. Yeah, Dota 2 in its design more or less requires you to adapt anyway. But even on its own, there's definitely go-to builds for a lot of heroes. The thing is that the one thing I don't like doing is just taking a guide and accepting it as this, or watching a pro play it and say, this is the way the pros do it, and so this is the way I'm building anti-mage or something like that. There are definitely right and wrong ways of building anti-mage, but to me, one of the ways that I learned Dota 2 heroes was to actually sit down, make myself sort of a template of a guide for each one, and sort of ask myself, it's like, okay, so what is the generally accepted way of building anti-mage? And if there were any difference, to actually be able to articulate, this is why the published guide was better, or this is why I think my version is better. It's really time consuming, but I think you wind up learning quite a bit more about the game that way. Wait a minute, Crusading for Jerusalem and Victoria too? I didn't even know there were Crusades in... Or are you talking about CK2? Alright, so now we basically just sit on our hands and watch this siege play out. And actually, I mean, in terms of experimentation too, I was talking to my brother about this, who I've been trying to teach Dota 2, but I'm not quite sure he likes the game that much. Ooh, a large merchant caravan from distant lands has arrived at the gates of your stronghold. Their leader, a Joyville man of massive girth, pleads with you in a strange accent to grant them shelter from the elements for the night. Very well, let them in. As evening falls, the fat merchant sits by the fire and regales you and the rest of the court with stories of his travels. His appetite seems insatiable, but as you do not wish to prove a poor host, you order your servants to bring in a second serving. Tell us more about the mythical realm of Hindustan. Dawn breaks and the caravan prepares to move on. The merchant insists on leaving you a gift as he thanks you for your great hospitality. He shouts a terse command in a foreign language, and a young man comes forward. This eunuch will serve you well, the merchant says. His loyalty to you, his new master, shall be beyond reproach. Thank you, that was very kind. I accept your gift. I think pretty much everybody says that they suck at Dota 2. I mean, these games are designed to have fun. I know there's a certain attitude when it comes to games like this where people are like, oh, get out of my game if you're not good enough. But, I mean, people need to relax. But I was talking to him about Dota 2 and sort of the idea of, why I was sort of training the way that I did. And the big thing is, like, you can be in a game and you can be losing. And there are two ways of getting out of that situation, which is number one, you watch the replay and you say, oh, I realize what happened. I wasn't farming enough. I took too many bad fights. And so the enemy team was able to win. And in that case, you learn for the next time and the game winds up, and you wind up just becoming a better Dota player overall. But what can happen as well is in the midst of the game, you can say, okay, why are we losing team fights? We're losing team fights because I don't have my core items, and so I think I'm contributing during a team fight, but what I'm actually doing is just feeding myself to the enemy team. And if you're able to identify that cause within the game itself, that's actually what can turn, those lost games into wins. And as a result, your progression towards becoming a better Dota player is a little bit faster. Either way, it's going to happen. The difference is whether or not you can turn those marginal games into victories when you're actually in the midst of a playthrough, basically. So, I mean, on your point, CK2 and stuff like that, they're just a completely different kind of strategy game. I mean, in the end, I just like playing games in general, so I'm fairly easy to please. But one of the approaches that I like to take, and one of the things that kind of comes up whenever I discuss Dota 2 in terms of stream, is that its origins really are in the real-time strategy genre. And so I think a game like League is a little bit more reliant on things like skill shots, and so reaction time matters a little bit more. And I think if you're unprepared, reaction time counts for something. So like if somebody, comes at you out of nowhere and you're fast on your blink, you might be able to escape a gank. But you also don't necessarily need fast reaction times if you have a bit of a strategic mind and you can anticipate what your enemy's moves are going to be. Like watching the Summit 3, there are plenty of times where an enemy team will smoke. There isn't any ward vision, but as it turns out, everybody who was alone in a potential gank target, within seconds of that smoke happening, they move into the tree line. And it's because they've just developed enough of a game sense to say it's like, the enemy team is nowhere to be seen on the map. They're probably smoked and they're coming to kill me. And that's just, that's a level of intuition or insight or strategic thinking that personally I haven't hit yet, just because I haven't quite put enough. I'm still kind of focusing on the basics of the game, rather than trying to learn some of these higher level strategies. But it's neat stuff. Where are the other viewers? Yeah. Well, I mean, people like to lurk too, so I know too, like in terms of stuff that's happening in the game, I spend a lot of time sorting out titles, and I've been talking for a few hours on its own, so usually there's a little bit of steam that runs out on the stream, so there's usually a little bit of a peak and a trough in terms of activity on a stream. But by all means, if anybody's in chat and you've been withholding any comment, I'm always happy to discuss new things. I'll always talk about what's on my mind, but if anybody is interested in contributing, we're always happy to have voices in chat. I guess I should probably do something a little more useful with my Chancellor. Unless we already have... No, we've raised army level. Okay, so we do actually have a CB on this guy, so I should probably... Well, I've already moved my Chancellor, so I don't get a say on that, but I'll move him shortly after. I also never know when to trust Twitch on the viewer numbers, just because I tend to notice that the number of people listed in chat almost always exceeds the number of people viewing. Now, part of that is explained by Part of that's explained by the fact that I'm here, and then there's a Twitch alert bot just to kind of keep track of what's happening inside. But generally, the skew in the numbers doesn't reflect. Like, even once I account for that, there's a difference between number of viewers and number of chatters. But I'm not going to complain. I've noticed the numbers as a whole have gone up, and I've never been too focused on them, just because I know my bandwidth constraints keep the stream from being at the quality level that other people do. So you were drawn to a large, cheerful crowd standing in front of a tall building in Westmoreland. It seems they have gathered to watch the antics of a man who's climbed onto the building's roof. The despairing man, tired of the hardships of life, is threatening to jump, and several onlookers are goading him on. Don't do it! You hurry inside the building and join the desperate man on the roof. No, stay away, he cries when he sees you. You slowly climb out on the ledge next to him. I just want to talk, you say, as you edge closer. I can grab the man, or I can talk to him, with a 50-50 chance of either happening. Now, I'm going to jinx myself by saying this, but I've never failed in preventing the suicide in this case, even though it's a coin flip, so let's see if it's the first time we fail. You speak gently with the man, addressing him as an equal and as a friend. As you talk, you carefully guide the conversation, suddenly making him realize the folly of ending his life. To the crowd's dismay, he agrees to come down with you. I too have learned from this. Gain 1 diplomacy. Also jump off with him. Thank you, Blood, for filling that void in chat. Sorry to hear about the headache, though. I'll speak quietly so you don't feel the pain. Oh man, autocorrect has made me sound... Autocorrect is almost certainly turned me into an idiot. I am embarrassed by some of my spelling as a result of autocorrect. So we get another cheap and easy improved diplomacy, and I think, yeah, we're out of ambitions. And we can usurp the Duchy of Bavaria, so... Congratulations, you're now Duke of Bavaria. I'm sure that probably gives us some CBs too. Yeah, we've actually got quite a few CBs in that region if we want. But something tells me fighting against the papacy at this moment is not a great idea. Got quite the war chest. Jumping off with him gives you 2. You've done it heaps and never died. Alcohol to soothe the headache. That works for me. Oh yeah, I guess I really should be worrying about these vassal levies too. Oh, hang on. The kidnappers overpowered me and made sure I could not call for help by stuffing a filthy rag into my mouth. Luckily, they did not get far with me. Duke Cuthred III and the guards managed to free me and capture them. Make sure they're severely punished. I didn't even know that was an event. Oh, and you know what? I think we got rid of the last faction that we were working on. God, there's a lot of them. So we should probably deal with the next independence faction, I think. So yeah, it probably was stupid of me to actually use this army to siege this province. But seeing as we're here, I guess they're counties, not provinces, but I'll keep them here, and then I'll just maybe lay off the vassal levies for a while, because -30 is pretty high. Does make your headaches feel better, but there's a chance that waking up with a hangover in the morning. Yeah. I guess the worry about alcohol is not necessarily how it makes you feel when imbibing, more so how you feel after the fact. That is one resilient, sunny holdout. Oh, nice. Okay, well, the majority of Degen, which is not where I was working, but we've now got a Catholic holding in the African holdout. Alright, so looks like this is taking forever. I don't think... Yeah, they won't accept demands. So I'll just start moving my retinue up. I suspect this siege will probably be finished before they arrive, but anything I can do to get these guys disbanded quicker. Definitely a longer siege than I was planning on conducting. And I still have the... See, I was going to take Navarro, but I might actually let that CB lapse just because I really don't want to raise these vassal levies any longer than I have to. I mean, I guess if the Emperor dies, it's, you know, it's reset. The only thing I really need to worry about is the short reign reputation penalty. But that's not a very good... that's not a good reason for anything. You have ribs but no beer. My retinue is... more West African rebels. Okay. Looks like I'm keeping my levies. Oh, wow. I've got a much higher retinue limit than I thought. It used to be 18k, but basically trying to get at least 1,500 in each of the categories. I used to be very heavy on archers. One thing that happened earlier on in the playthrough was they got really heavily beaten by a... I can't even remember what beat them, but basically the morale was a little too weak, so I scaled back a bit on the archers, but I tend to be on your side on that one, which is I put a little bit more emphasis on archers. As a whole, obviously this is a bit of an exception. I think I'll just move on the capital with the retinue, and I'll just kind of sweep through these troops on the way to dealing with the uprising. I think I need to change the resolution so I can keep both armies in place. Oh, that's such a pain that he's going to... How do I deal with this? He's not making that much progress, so I think I'm going to take out the... I'll take out the other army before I deal with the revolution. Another raving mob of West African infidels has risen up in Bambouk, for reinforcing the ongoing uprising. Infidel scum. Alright, so what have I got to deal with now? Apparently we're just committed to a state of perpetual war now. Alright, so 10,000 in total, which is not ideal. I'm still gonna deal with these guys. I kind of want to see how they respond when I actually start making a move on them. Okay, they combine, so I'll just let them starve out. I'll probably lose this province to the rebels, but they'll be easier to take out once all's said and done. A little nervous moving them to a neighboring province just because they can head up and punch me, but good lord. Alright. I'm in a bit of a pickle. So we've got the Emirate of Timbuktu. Let's distribute the titles. And find some poor sap to take the titles away from us. Alright, so what are we looking at as far as rebellions? $7,000, but more importantly, in a really hard to reach spot. So I think what I'm just going to do, I'll let them sort of run around where they need to, and I'm just going to use this army that I've already assembled to deal with them. My steward suck. Why don't you like my steward? Oh, because he's 13. Yeah, what the hell is he doing? Oh, I've only got 15 as my next best. Oh boy, I love extra hashtags. Please, more of those, chat. I know one guy who will hashtag everything. And in the interests of keeping discussion civil, I haven't dropped the A-bomb, but man, like, I get, like, so while I don't use them myself, I certainly understand the benefit of hashtags as far as categorizing content. So as an organization system, I think it's somewhat effective. It's not what people use them for. What people use them for is basically the modern equivalent of like a live journal mood update. Oh god, hashtag facepalm. See whether or not we reach this area in time. We've almost certainly given whatever province the Tengri Rebellion is happening in over. The only question is whether or not I can crush the Tengri Rebellion before their war score gets too high. I think if they start getting into the double digits too fast, I'll consider raising another army. That's right, run, cowards. July 11th. Oh man, I'm not going to get there in time. But I still need to force them out of the county, so... Hashtag not going to make it. Well, you were wrong! And fortunately, they're starving to death, so August 25th, August 17th, we at least finish those guys off. What I do about the Tengri Rebellion's another matter, because I'm almost certainly going to have to chase these guys down for a couple of rounds. Oh god, another mob! Alright, so Ghana first, and then I double back to deal with Gurma. The hashtags are causing your headache to get worse. Here, if you gotta spam something. It's the only appropriate subject of spam. Of course, it's gonna take 2 minutes to explain what the hell I just typed, but I will improve the delay for the next stream. Your failfish says no. I would have thought that the emoticon had more or less been, dealt with, but I will say that Twitch has done something pretty unique in the fact, think about it. There are not a lot of reasons to sub to a channel, right? Obviously you want to support the streamer in that, but, in the end, you can support a streamer through donations, you can support a streamer through being there. There's lots of different ways that you can support a streamer. And subscription arguably is one of the most inefficient ways of supporting a streamer, because, of course, half of that is given to Twitch right off the bat. And yet, the mere fact that you get a special set of emoticons is enough to take people from, giving a regular donation or free writing on a channel to, to subscribing. It's really interesting how that works. Evolution. I'm a little surprised that this Tengri Rebellion hasn't taken any territory yet. I'm happy they haven't, but I guess I should... Oh! What's the CB gonna cost? I can afford it. Don't like the prestige lost, but we can probably make it through. I will further infuriate my vassals by raising fleet levies. Uh, 20 should be more than enough. And now the fun of trying to disband everything but the one that I want. Boats everywhere! Okay, so... Oh, they're only halfway through that. So, I mean, we're still probably going to lose this county, but... It's not particularly... I'm actually a lot more worried about the fact that there's, again, for some reason, hostile Dutch troops just sitting there. I'm almost certain this is a bug. There's really no reason why these should count as enemies. Unless there's something that's changed about my government that I don't know about. Yeah, that was... Actually, I think you may have been the first one to tell me that. In this case, I was a little bit more worried about... I was a little bit more worried about just not canceling out the 200 boat stack. But that is a tip that has saved me so much frustration in Crusader Kings 2. Good lord, how many troops am I going to lose just to attrition? I mean, I could split them up, but I'm remarkably lazy and we're getting near the end of the stream, so... Apparently I'm okay sacrificing thousands of lives in the desert in the name of my comfort. It's also really weird that we're at a negative balance because we don't have that much raised. I guess it's because I'm replenishing my retinue, maybe? I mean, we have the money to support it, so I'm not too worried, but... Invade the Netherlands and make a republic. Because if there's one thing I definitely want is more provinces and regions that I don't have direct access to. Alright, can we appoint a half-decent steward? 15 isn't anything to be crazy about, but I guess it's better than what we had before. And for the first time, my Chancellor's actually better at creating... Oh, you know what? I should have cancelled that Casus Belli, because I already had one. Damn it. Man. I really don't know what to do with my Chancellor at the moment, so let's just sow dissent in the Abbasid Empire because we can. I hope he doesn't get captured. 4% is not exactly a number I would like to see on that, but we'll find out. Practically have an average of 4 or 5 extra holdings in each country. DJ Cruel Crusader, sorry, I missed you in the chat. How's it going? The Dutch countries are amazing and mostly coastal, so you get heaps of money. They practically have an average of 4 or 5 extra holdings in each county. Oh, that's good to know. Again, like it's not something that I've really had a need to encounter yet, so we'll see what we do after our African adventure. How's your evening been going, DJ Cool Crusader? We've been enjoying some new faces, some familiar faces, and just unexpectedly getting hungry in a crusade. So an eventful evening, to say the least. You played Town of Salem for the first time, so I've not played this yet myself, but there's a couple of people who have been constantly begging me to play that game. So, in your own words, how would you describe Town of Salem, and why is it a title worth playing? Are you new? No, 10-year-old, you've been here. You've been here before. I love the fact that I actually have a port to put these things. I'm going to keep them up because hopefully this rebellion gets dealt with quickly, assuming I can find a somewhat reasonable path. Please don't... Okay, fine. We will go kill the Byzantine Empire, which for some reason is at war with us. Only not. Oh, hang on. Let's get that morale up before we do anything. Yeah, you followed for ages. You're definitely not new. I don't think there's anybody, at least as far as active in chat at the moment. I do not believe there are any new faces. More so at the beginning of the stream, but it is. I mean, I appreciate that at some points this can be a little too self-congratulatory, but it's been very gratifying that the last couple of Crusader Kings 2 streams have actually resulted in not just a few new faces showing up, but a few new faces showing up, contributing to chat, and following. Because the diversity of opinion on the game is, I think, one of the highlights. So I'm not entirely sure it's anything that I'm particularly doing. I think just Crusader Kings 2 is underrepresented, and so as a result, I can sort of benefit from the fact that there aren't many other people dealing with this subject. But I suppose, comparing it to my original expectations, which was, really founded on the Extra Life challenge that I did, where there were extended periods of time where there was literally nobody in chat. When I compare that to what I'm experiencing now, which is I can't remember the last broadcast where I haven't had somebody, active in the chat. It's neat. Like it's just a very different kind of experience than what I was anticipating. Satana Salem, fun in your opinion, amazing, so much intrigue, plots, and rage. Where's Salem? Jerusalem, Salem, Illuminati confirmed. Also updated a personal mod pack you made for CK2. I didn't know you made a mod pack. Is there a link that I can find this at, Crusader? Also, rest in peace for Beerth North. He died a natural death. Long live Emperor Wunderbar! Who named him, by the way? So, I usually kind of commit to do at least one Emperor's life. So what I'm going to be doing here is I will finish off the rebellion, but once that's finished, I will do a little bit of Dota 2 stuff just so I can get some images, and then we will... I already know who I'm going to host tonight, so... I rule in my realm. I'm not even worrying about the distribution of titles or anything like that. I just want to purely wipe out the rebellion, and we'll focus on managing the empire at a later date. Alright, so we lost all those CBs that we worked on, which is a shame because it's more so for the loss of prestige more than anything. Don't have any immediate factions to worry about. I'm actually going to start with the pilgrimage right away. I think next I need to worry about retinues because I've got a lot that I can bring up. Our laws are pretty much where we want them to be everywhere, I think. Oh, right. And I'll probably appoint some new advisors, but I'm going to hold off before we do that. I also need to deal with my domain size. So, I don't think anybody was expecting the map to look like this a couple of playthroughs ago. Yeah, no worries. So I was going to say 10-year-old will probably... I'm going to be testing some of the Dota 2 stuff. I'm done with Crusader Kings 2 for tonight. And I apologize. I know you just got here, DJ Cool Crusader. I apologize for ending at that point. But it's actually a good break point for me just because the Summit 3 is happening tomorrow. And I would prefer to catch some of those games live because of the TI5 coverage that I'm going to do. So I know it was a shorter than I would like experience. I will try and make that up on the next week's stream where I won't have any... Or actually, hang on. Next week I'm graduating. So it might have to be the week after next. But I will definitely try and make it up to you as far as the timing was concerned. So 10-year-old, if I'm not here when you get back, have a great evening. Thank you for hanging out, keeping me company in chat. As for everyone, especially because we've had a little bit of a changing of the guard as far as content is concerned, we've been trying something different as far as the stream is concerned. This infuriating bar at the top is a result of the fact that I'm now broadcasting on full screen because I believe this gets rid of the stuttering issues that I was having on the stream. So I've done a couple of informal tests, but this is this is the only time I've done it live. Obviously, I don't want to do a 5-second test where all of a sudden everybody gets notified System Shock went live, and either I feel compelled to do a full broadcast or people get to see 15 seconds of me swearing at the computer because it's not working properly. So we will call it for Crusader Kings 2 right now. I will say, assuming that the stutter goes away, this, unfortunately, is a permanent feature of me playing Crusader Kings 2, but what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get an overlay that blocks this. But there isn't going to be a good solution to this unless Paradox decides that they're going to improve the way that they do borderless windowed mode. But for now, we will say goodbye to the House of Rose, noting the date 1386, so we've got about 70 years left. I actually think I'm going to take a small break. It's mostly just a bathroom break for myself, so I will be sure to mute the mic. I'll put the break sign up just so in case anybody stops by, but I'll let you take a look at the Dynasty map for a second. I'll see you guys in a quick second, and I'll do just a couple of Dota 2 bot games so I can have a reference and see how well the stuttering issue's been dealt with. Oh, Halix, I am going to stream a little bit of Dota 2. It's mostly, it's not going to be a full-on game or anything like that. It's mostly just going to be so I can... have some reference video in terms of what it looks like in comparison to when I was running in windowed mode. I am going to be hosting somebody after the stream, though, so if you want to hang out for that, that's fine. I'll try and keep my technical stuff sort of to a minimum. I will still talk over it and things like that, but at the moment, I have the priority of needing to go to the bathroom, so I'm going to deal with that first. You guys can enjoy the Dynasty map, and I'll be doing a little bit with another game, but nothing too substantial. But we are done for Crusader Kings tonight, so I'll see you guys in a couple minutes. All right. Thank you, everybody. So, I'll say, too, in terms of overall plans for the next game, mopping up Mali, mopping up this isn't even an empire anymore, but the Sultanate. I think I will leave Spain more or less untouched. I might try to take advantage of the CB that I gained from owning a couple of kingdoms. But I think at this point here, I'm going to be focusing more on Holy War as far as I can. I am a little bit lucky that my emperor died when he did. Basically, so I can... Actually, there's one last thing I'll do. I'll drop the army levies, so I just need to move my... retinue back. But basically, I think in the remaining 70 years, I'm going to focus as much as I can on the easy holy wars. And then when opportunities come up in Spain, I'll maybe just add a little bit to the empire. But we'll sort that out next week. So while I get this stuff set up, I'll kind of briefly explain what's going on. I guess I should also get rid of my break sign. So effectively, my better computer is my school laptop. So primarily intended for econ stuff, but I'm not an idiot. I did make sure it had a nice graphics card in it and things like that. So for those of you who are not familiar with Dota 2 or, have been interested but don't follow it that much, for whatever reason, whatever state you are in as far as Dota 2 is concerned, the big once-a-year tournament is upon us, the International. This is the 5th one that they're going to be holding. And the reason why I got into Dota 2 was because I saw the International 3, the finals between Na'Vi and Alliance. Game 5, it was a best of 5 series. It went to a Game 5, and Game 5 was basically everything that you would want in a kind of sporting event. It's 2 really good teams just playing their hearts out. It's an incredibly exciting match. It is still, I think, like one of the best, if not the best game of Dota ever played. So with that in mind, I had this experience, I sort of casually played the game, every once in a while. And after watching the International, I was hooked. So one of the things that I wanted to do for the International 5 was to put together some videos, put together some content that was oriented towards, how do I watch Dota 2? What the hell is going on in this game? Because my appreciation of Dota 2 kind of came from the fact that I played it a little bit and that I knew, the skill that I had was different from the players, but there was nothing about the game that would prevent me from doing what these players did, right? So, there's a natural boundary that I have to deal with that keeps me from becoming a professional basketball player. There's physical endowments that prevent me from doing that. But Dota 2, there are fewer, if any, impediments. So that was really appealing to be able to see something like the International and do that. But Dota 2 is a very complicated game. And then there were also some complaints that the International 4 wasn't as good. And I think one of the reasons for that was that there wasn't much of a biography of the teams that actually made it to the finals. So one of the things I've been hoping to do is to actually provide some of that background for the teams. I did some predictions in terms of what my, who I thought was going to get an invite to TI. 9 out of 10 correct. The 10th one was a little bit of a flyer anyway, so I wasn't actually expecting to do as well on the predictions as I did. And one of the things that's prevented me from being able to do content like this is there is, for some reason, some kind of a stutter when I'm running the OBS. Now, when I take a look at any of my diagnostics as far as processing power or anything like that is concerned, actually I should switch my playing. I'm not playing Crusader Kings 2 anymore, so just adjust that. So basically, what's happening right now is I'd like to do this content, but for some reason, even when I'm running my diagnostics and taking a look at processing power or something like that, there is something that's causing the video to be very choppy, despite the fact that I'm not actually running anything at full power. So something about my OBS setup is keeping me from being able to stream Dota 2 as well as I'd like. And this is in addition to whatever constraints I already have. I know the video quality isn't what it should be, but it's more or less unwatchable in its current stuttering state. So it seems to be that running something in windowed mode is the primary source for those problems. Right now I'm running in full screen, so what I'd like to do, I've seen improvements in other games, and what I'm going to do right now is basically run a game of Dota 2 and see how it looks with a couple of changes. Now, I can't run it with full settings. My biggest advantage would actually probably come in changing the resolution, but I know changing the resolution also tends to cause some crashes in when I'm running OBS. So I'm just going to turn off some of the advanced settings. I won't do everything, but let's get rid of animate portrait. Guess I can get rid of the creatures. It'd be kind of nice to slice this up a little bit, so I'm not going to get rid of everything, but these should probably be the biggest impacts on frame rate. So I probably won't play a full game, but I'll at least do, I'll do enough to see what the impact is. I think what I'm going to try and do is get as close to 60 frames a second. Like the settings that I had right now, the game doesn't have a problem running at 60 frames a second, but encoding does chew up a lot of processing power. So I know I'm not going to be able to run on max settings and be able to achieve the same kinds of frame rates that I need. So at this point here, I'm just going to run it
all pick
and do, I could random, but yeah, let's do it. Mirana? Okay. Can't take her mid, but I mean, I guess she, in principle, could be run mid.
Mirana.
All right, so we're looking at about 40 frames a second, which is not great, but
the stage is set.
Actually, that was... I'll run with it. So I'm just going to run at this level, because I'm getting a little bit of lag personally.
Forward, pet.
And then I'm going to make a bit of an adjustment as far as settings are concerned. Actually, it looks like the frame rate's roughly where it should be now, which is interesting. Okay, another thing that's interesting me is whenever I move to the right, it seems that when I'm jumping between screens, that's causing a delay. So I can fix that by adjusting how I move my mouse. It's actually important to know this as well, because if I'm in the middle of a cast, I wouldn't actually do edge pan like this. If I was casting a game of Dota 2, I'd actually use visuals like this. So I think if I probably won't play well if I do this kind of movement, but it's a good habit to get into. I'll try and explain a little bit. So I don't quite know what everybody's relationship with Dota 2 is here, so I'll try to explain a little bit about it. The main objective of this game is kind of like chess, where you're trying to take the ancient of the enemy team, which is this thing. You're basically trying to destroy this building. You're definitely not strong enough to do that on your own. And so right now, at this point, the objective is to gain golden experience, which you do by right-clicking and getting a last hit on these sort of autonomous units known as creeps. You can also deny creeps, which just happened there. Basically, you don't want to do what I'm doing right now, which is to tank these creeps, but you just kind of hang around and you try to get as much advantage as you can over your enemies. Apparently I can't last hit to save my life.
This grows interesting.
You try to gain as much advantage as you can over your enemy in the laning stage. It's not necessarily that big of a deal to successfully kill somebody in a lane. Usually if they're a good player you can't, but these are bots, and if I had a more reliable lane mate who wasn't doing stupid stuff like that, I would... we'd be able to kill the enemy. But here I'll just do a little bit of harass. Again, I'm taking more damage and I'm getting fewer last hits than I'd normally want to in a lane like this, but I'm also just trying to experiment a little bit in terms of trying to impact the performance of the stream. So for instance, if I wanted to induce a little bit of lag, one thing I could do is this.
To the battle.
So I'm reasonably happy with the frame rate. I'm noticing I'm sinking a little bit below... Oh, damn it. I'm sinking a little bit below 60 frames a second, but nothing too dramatic.
Since you command it, snatched from the jaws of defeat.
Actually, one thing I'm going to do now, I want to see if I can maybe try for a consistent 60 frames a second, so I'm a little curious. I think the easiest thing I could do would change the resolution here, but let's see if we can get rid of these three. Actually, let's not do that. Let's try getting rid of VSync first. Oh, that's apparently caused the crash. Damn. Okay, you know what? Not worth it for me to... That's definitely not the screen that should be dumping back to. I don't really think it's worth it to me to start up another Dota 2 game for that. I got the footage that I need on there. The difference of about 6 frames a second is something that could be accounted for by changing the resolution before I stream Dota 2. So I'm going to review that footage, see if there is the stutter that's there. I'm really interested by the fact that moving my mouse off the screen causes problems. But I will... There's a couple of things that I can investigate on that to try and fix. So with that in mind, looks like most of you actually hung around for that. So I'm sorry that was not a very good explanation of Dota 2. That was not a very interesting thing to watch. But it was some footage that I wanted to have for my own records to try and... one, do Dota 2 better, but also to do a couple of other games better. I've been holding off from certain titles because of the stuttering issue. So if it's something that I can resolve, it means that there's going to be a bit more diversity in terms of the games. So with that in mind, I am done for tonight. We've got about 4 hours in, which is, not, I guess, probably about average for the last few streams. I want to thank everybody for hanging out. It was a pleasure to talk with you. It was great to have so many people come in and hit the follow button. I hope I get a chance to see all of you guys again. We will probably be back. I don't know if I'll do a stream on tomorrow or Sunday yet. There's a couple things that I need to sort out, so I will do my best to tweet as early as I can in terms of when I'm going to be doing a stream like that. But there's a few things that I didn't get done today that I wanted to have done over the weekend, and I guess it's a question in terms of when I can get those done and what my obligations in the evening are. But what we're going to do now is I'm going to do a host like I normally like to do at the end of the evening. So just give me a second to take a peek at who's online. I kind of have an idea of who I'd like to host, but I'll just double check what's happening. Oh, you know what? So this is a little bit different from what I was planning on. But we're going to host Alaskan Savage tonight because he is playing Wolfenstein the Old Blood, which I'm kind of interested in seeing myself. Alaskan Savage, actually somebody who I've been spending some more time in on the channel. He's a really good streamer, excellent voice, very friendly guy. I encourage you guys to hang out for a little bit just to check him out, give him a chance. If you want, you can say it's a System Chalk raid. I don't actually have any formal statement for that. If you feel like giving credit, fair enough. If you want to just hang out and watch this stream, that's fine too. But if you guys can hang out and give him a little bit of a shot, I think he's a really good streamer, and it'd be nice if we can pass on some of the love. So Dota's been sitting in your stream and library unplayed, unloved. Well, DJ Cool Crusader, hopefully if I do the Dota 2 content right, I will I'll give you a reason to play it. But for now, I'm going to host Alaskan Savage. I'm going to review that footage for myself tonight. And again, thank you everybody for making this a really fun stream for me. I hope you guys were entertained too. If you're here for Crusader Kings 2, we'll see you next week. If you're here for the sound of my voice, we'll see you sometime over the weekend and Monday for sure. Have a great night, everybody.